Muted.
I suppose I should tell you who I am first. Well, I am Jerry Ziewitz. A little bit about my background. I've been doing this consultation stuff for most of my career, which started in 1980. I'm older than I look. Got my first job with the Fish and Wildlife Service in Nebraska. I was talking with Lourdes in the back there about that. She's from Nebraska also, I found out. But eventually got back to Florida and worked in the Panama City field office for 15 years until I started working for our Southeastern Regional Office, first as our National Conservation Planning Assistance Coordinator, and then about 3 years ago took over as the Section 7 Coordinator. So that's who I am. I'm going to bring up the first presentation. I'm going to hope this clicker works. The Endangered Species Act, this is the overview. It's important to know where Section 7 fits in. There are like 18 sections of the Act. This first session is kind of to put it all in context for you. So I hope you find it useful. Back in the 60s is when the first version of the Endangered Species Act was passed. People started realizing that some of our fish, wildlife, and plants were not doing so well. People may be familiar with passenger pigeon. It was at one time the most abundant bird in North America. I think some estimates say that the numbers of individual passenger pigeons comprised about 25 to 40% of all the bird life in North America. They numbered in the billions. You know, people described, you know, migrating flocks of passenger pigeons, you know, being a mile wide and taking hours to pass overhead. And now they're extinct. And then in the 60s, there were about a dozen California condors left, and they almost went extinct. But so Congress decided let's pass let's do something about that. You don't hear about this very often anymore, but the Endangered Species Act passed in 1973 with overwhelming support from both parties, and it was a decision that we as a society don't want to cause species to go extinct. The important part about the Act is that, yes, it's a commitment to prevent extinction, but it's the commitment to prevent extinction focusing on animals and plants in their natural environment. It's not, if a species is down so low, we're going to put it in a zoo and then it won't go extinct. No, it's a commitment to reverse that trend towards extinction. And to protect them in their natural environments. There's some examples of some of the first listed endangered species on there. The key deer in Florida, the American alligator also in Florida, which is now no longer endangered. The act works. And sea turtles, which are still endangered. Or threatens. The Act assigns authority to the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce, authorities which have since been delegated to the Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries, also called National Marine Fisheries Service. So we are your go-to guys on how to conserve endangered species. these are the acts, the sections of the act. You will note there is no Section 1. I went looking for it the other day. There is no Section 1 of the Endangered Species Act. It just starts off with the findings of Congress, you know, what we want our policy, our national policy to be. Then jumps into definitions and so on. Section 7, you know, the one highlighted in yellow there, is the one that we'll be spending most of our time on. I forgot to say at the beginning, at any time when I'm speaking anyway, I'll let the other instructors tell you how they want to do it, but if you have a question, just raise your hand, you know, get my attention. It's better if we interact, you know, as this is going instead of wait until he's done and then ask questions. So anytime. That will make this more interactive. Hopefully, will keep you awake as well. All right, I'm going to step through most of these sections, a little brief summary, so you'll get the context of what we're doing. The first section, Section 2, the findings of the Act is that, yes, some species are now extinct as a consequence of what people have done with the environment. Other species are in danger of extinction. Species have value, aesthetic, ecological, educational, historical, recreational, and scientific value. So it's not a good idea for a tinkerer to throw away parts. So I think Aldo Leopold said that. The first principle of intelligent tinkering is keep all the parts. Congress said, no, we need a national policy that says we don't want that to happen. If we can prevent that from happening, we shall do everything we can to prevent it. So the purpose of the Act, the overarching purpose, and you'll see this a lot throughout the Act, and it's a line. If you work for the Fish and Wildlife Service, you're required to memorize this. The purpose of the Endangered Species Act is to provide a means whereby the ecosystems upon which endangered and threatened species depend may be conserved. And it was pretty explicit about, well, who's supposed to implement this policy? All federal departments and agencies shall seek to conserve endangered and threatened species and shall utilize their authorities in furtherance of the purposes of the Act. And that main purpose is conserving endangered and threatened species and the ecosystems upon which they depend. Section 3, this is very critical in the country governed by the rule of law. What is law? It's words, and what we mean by those words is important. So these definitions are sort of what we live by in administering the Act, and it's important to understand them. And they are open to some interpretation, and that's why we have regulations that implement the broad language of statute, and then policies like that handbook I was showing you that further interpret those. An endangered species is one that is in danger of extinction throughout all or a significant portion of its range. It's a time frame thing. It's looking, you know, what is the probability of persistence? What is the viability of a species? And if we can see in the foreseeable future, yeah, it's trending towards extinction. No more of these guys left. That warrants the classification of danger. A threatened species, that time frame is a little further out. It's not going to be extinct in the foreseeable future, but it's going to be in that endangered category in the foreseeable future. So The protections of the Act vary a little bit between endangered and threatened species, but many of them don't. If you're one or the other, certain protections of the Act apply. Critical habitat are specific geographic areas with physical and biological features that the services, when they list the species, have determined these features are essential to their conservation. And we'll talk more about critical habitat and what that means and what its effect on consultation is. I've used the word conservation quite a bit already. You know, the purpose of the Act is to conserve the ecosystems upon which they depend. What does conservation mean in the context of the Act? And here's the definition that's provided in the Act. It essentially, Congress says conservation is the stuff we do to get species off of the endangered species list. Recovery. They are no longer in danger of going extinct or likely to become endangered in the foreseeable future. And then we have a regulatory definition. You will see this little thing. How do I do the point? There. It's Title 50 of the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, and the consultation regulations are at 50 CFR Part 402, and this is where we define recovery. It's improvement in the status to the point at which the protection of the Act are no longer needed. Section 4 of the Act is something my boss, Rob Tawes, he was our listing guru in the region for quite a while, and we have added a lot of species to the endangered species list in recent years because we've been petitioned to do so. There is a petition provision in the Act about where citizens can say, hey, we think there's evidence that this species warrants protection under the Act. So we've got a lot of them. Section 4 lays out the process for putting a species on the list of endangered and threatened wildlife and plants. There are also protective regulations that apply once a species is put on the list. Section 4 also addresses what the idea of what recovery planning is, how we make a plan to get a species off the list, and then when we're there, how to do so, how to delist a species. You will hear us talk sometimes about candidates for listing. These are species that we haven't gotten around to putting them on the Act yet, putting them on the list. But we have done a review of their status and have determined that, yeah, they warrant a proposed listing. But we only get so much money a year to do this kind of work, and it takes time, it takes effort, and so we have a priority system for getting the species that most need the protection done first, and those that are at the bottom of that list are candidates until we get around to proposing them. And some species can stay on the candidate list for many years because others that are more urgently need the proposal for listing keep coming up. So NIMS and Fish and Wildlife Service, we have slightly different processes and procedures for calling species candidates. Once we've done a status review and say listing is warranted, we treat them in our own consultations with ourselves when we, the Fish and Wildlife Service, take action. We treat them as if they are already proposed, because they would be if we had the budget to do so. NIMS put species on their candidate list as soon as they have started a status review, regardless of the outcome of that review. And status reviews can take a while. So, status reviews once they get a petition to do one. But in their case, they call it a candidate if they're doing one, regardless of whether it's the subject of a petition. We're supposed to have, I can't remember his name, Steve, the guy from NIMS who's coming from, Davis here? I missed you in the introduction. You didn't call yourself out. Yeah. I'm with National Marine Fisheries. Well, please chime in at any point if you want to clarify differences between Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries.
Right. Well, I mean, when you're talking about the listing process, we probably put our things on the list right away just because we have less potential species, because we really only do marine mammals and fish. I guess we have one seagrass, but you guys...
And coral.
But, yeah, coral. And you guys have to do insects and plants and terrestrial animals as well as stuff in the water. So I know you guys get petitioned for a lot more species.
Okay. We'll know that we've got a NOAA Fisheries resource here, so if you have questions that come up, if you think of stuff that's particular to species under NOAA's jurisdiction, know that he's here with us today. So this is great. The Act says what is eligible for listing. It doesn't apply to every possible entity out there. But basically, it's species of plants and animals, subspecies thereof. Excuse me. And for vertebrates, animals with a backbone, we can even cut the pie a little finer and do distinct population segments. For example, white-tailed deer are common as mud in the eastern U.S., but there's a particular genetically distinct and geographically separated population of white-tailed deer called the Columbian white-tailed deer in the Pacific Northwest that is endangered. So that is the species that's listed. It doesn't apply to white-tailed deer like we see running around in our suburban yards in Florida. But we can do that. Plants, specific varieties of plants that are taxonomically distinct somehow can be listed, and then subspecies, the northern spotted owl, for example. The listing, we're still on Section 4. It's kind of an important section of the Act because that's how stuff gets in the protection of the Act. Congress laid out the factors that we address when we put a species or a distinct population segment or whatever onto that list. And they are the 5 factors, and we do a 5-factor analysis. These are those factors. It's kind of important to understand the factors that contributed to a listing decision because those factors are then the things that you need to address in conservation. If factor A, habitat loss, is the main thing driving that species towards extinction, well, what would be the most logical conservation, action to do to address that threat? It would be, habitat protection, habitat enhancement, expanding its habitat, because that's sort of the limiting factor. Some species overuse. They were hunted to extinction. Alligators. That's how they got on the list. And once that overuse for commercials, recreational purposes was curtailed for a while, they came back. Habitat was not so much the issue with the alligator. Disease or predation, that's a factor that's actually been very significant in recent years. In Florida, we don't have this yet, but in most of the rest of the eastern half of the continent, a disease called white nose syndrome is really ravaging bat species. They get in the caves and they hibernate in close proximity to each other, and then they pass this fungus between themselves, and they die. And we've lost millions and millions of bats in the last 10 years due to this disease. Bats that were before that very common. So we have several species that are in the queue for listing. One that we just finished listing, the northern long-eared bat, would not have been listed but for white nose syndrome. So it is a very relevant factor. Factor D, you can get inadequate if it's just there's nothing out there in the law that's doing anything to protect a species and it's declining. That alone, the fact that there are no other mechanisms whereby to protect something, that can be a factor. And then there's the catch-all other stuff. Climate change might figure into that, and has figured into it in some recent listing decisions. Once a species is proposed for listing, these species are not yet protected under the Act, but they do get, there's some processes that apply. And we were going to talk about one of those processes in Section 7 context. We have something called a conference. When you don't consult on effects of an action to propose species for listing, you consider whether you need to do a conference with the applicable service. And we'll talk about that in, I think, session 16. Is there one called variations? Is that 16? So we will go over that in detail. It's sort of like, this doesn't happen real often because once a species proposed for listing, it's usually only proposed for 6 months to a year, whatever the comment period was, the time that it takes to get to a final decision. So there's just a short window during which conference provisions apply, but we'll talk about that on Thursday. Critical habitat is another part of the Act. It like a listing decision, it needs to go through a formal decision rulemaking process where we put in the Federal Register, which is the daily newspaper of the federal government. Here's all of the stuff the federal government is doing, the actions we're taking, and that's where you go. I can't imagine anyone reading the Federal Register for pleasure, but people have jobs doing it. Critical habitat is, literally drawing on a map. These are areas we think are essential to get this species recovered. And it can include areas that the species may not occupy right now. It has been extirpated from those areas, but because it had been a very important area, there needs to be some distribution geographically for this species to persist in the future. So we're going to have to get some of those formerly occupied areas occupied again. It can include areas where the species isn't now. And it's the only part of the ESA that requires some kind of economic analysis. When we do designate critical habitat, we need to look at the effects of that designation on human economy. This is what a rule would end up with in designating critical habitat. There would be a map. It would say this unit is FBB2, Fender's Blue Butterfly, Unit 2, and what are the essential physical and biological features in that unit that are necessary for the conservation of this species. Critical habitat really has its only effect on people through the Section 7 process. If you're a private landowner, you want to do something. If your land happens to be within critical habitat, it does not affect you. The designation itself does not. Its only ramification is in the Section 7 process, which we will define in great detail. And it is not the creation of a preserve. It doesn't require whoever owns that land to do anything. But it does require federal action agencies to consider the effects of what they're doing on that piece of property. Section 4, wow, Section 4 is a big one. Also has the stuff in it about recovery planning. We need to, what are we going to do to reduce or eliminate the threats to the species? It's like, what are that 5-factor analysis? What are we going to do about those factors? How do we get wild populations, self-sustaining wild populations? The key features of a recovery plan are identifying the threats, the goals. What are we trying to accomplish here? How will we know when we succeed? And to outline some measurable criteria for those objectives. Yeah. Once we do get there, and it does happen, it does take a long time. People say, "Oh, the Endangered Species Act doesn't work. How many species have you delisted?" And not very many. It's true, but these species don't usually become endangered overnight. It takes many years to get them to that condition. It takes many years to get them out of that condition. But I think most species, at least in my experience, are kind of on track with their recovery plans. Recovery plans generally are looking 10, 20, 30 years out into the future of the things that need to happen. But once we get there, a delisted species, the Act requires us to monitor their status for at least 5 years. And this last year, we just delisted, just a few months ago, the Louisiana black bear. So we're now in the 5-year monitoring for the Louisiana black bear. Section 6 is cooperation with the states. There are 3 sections of the Act that have the word cooperation in them. Section 7 is one of them. We'll get to that. And then there's international cooperation. So I think it's kind of telling that the word cooperation is in 3 of the 18 sections of the Act, because it really is about people working together to achieve the purposes of the Act. Section 6 is about cooperation with states. We have a whole program of financial assistance. We can enter into management agreements with the state, and it's basically recognizing that Fish and Wildlife Service, states have the primary authority for fish and wildlife within their state. the Fish and Wildlife Services Authority is only there because when a species gets listed. Otherwise, the state is responsible for their management in most situations. Section 7, we're going to be talking about that for the next 2.5 days. It starts off with this broad language about Section 7A1, and I'm going to have a special little module. I think it's part of the end of module this next session that talks about 7A1, and it's about what federal agencies need to do in their role in that mandate that all federal agencies shall help conserve listed species. And as I said before, conservation. What is it? It's all the stuff you do to get a species recovered. Man, this microphone's heavy. Switch hands. Section 7A2 is what this class is about. It is the consultation provisions of the Act that have some regulations to them. 7A1, the proactive conservation mandate is, there are no regulations, so there's really no blueprint for how to do that. Certainly the service would like to work with federal agencies to help them figure out what they could do, but there is no process, no little sets of, no checklist for how you're going to comply with 7A1. There is for 7A2. 7A2, the mandate is to ensure that federal actions, which are anything that a federal agency may fund, authorize, or carry out, is not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of listed species or adversely modify or destroy critical habitat. We usually just use adverse mod as the shorthand for that last part. Section 9, moving right along. I skipped Section 8 because it's kind of boring, and there's nothing of relevance to this audience in it. I think it's the international section. I can't remember, but we're not doing international work here. So, Section 9 is the prohibited acts, and these prohibited acts apply to any person, and the Act has a definition for person that basically is like if you're an individual, a corporation, a city, a government, or whatever, under the jurisdiction of the United States, you're a person, and it is unlawful for you to take an endangered species, and take has a specific legal meaning. You all probably with road projects know about, property takings when you have to do condemnation. Well, wildlife is considered the property of the crown in Old English common law, and so you could not take the king's property without his permission. Well, and that's the case with wildlife in this country today. You cannot take game species without getting a hunting license. And you cannot take species that are designated as endangered or threatened at all, unless you have some special exemption through Section 7 or through Section 10, which we'll talk about in a minute. Take is defined as to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, collect, or attempt to engage in any of these activities. And we have further defined in regulations. That definition I just read to you was straight out of the Act, the statute. We have further defined harass at this. This is the other CFR section that you'll see a lot. CFR's Part 17. That's the Endangered Species Act like when we do a critical habitat rule, it goes into CFR 17. And this is the regulations that define some of those prohibited act stuff, all of the import, export laws and commerce and everything, penalties. Harassing wildlife is an intentional or negligent act or omission which creates the likelihood of injury to wildlife by annoying it to such an extent as to significantly disrupt normal behavioral patterns, which include but are not limited to feeding, breeding, and shelter. If you were to walk out, let's say back when brown pelicans were endangered, if you were to walk out on a fishing pier to go fishing and there was a brown pelican there, you would probably cause it to fly away. Would that be harassment under this definition? No. No, it is not creating the likelihood of injury. Yes, you've annoyed it. You made it fly away. It was very happy there on that pier before you got there. But you're not altering its normal behavior, creating the likelihood of injury. You will have no measurable effect on its breeding, feeding, or sheltering. However, say you went for a walk on the beach and you let your dog loose running on a beach where shorebirds are nesting, and the dog causes the birds to fly away off of their nests and keeps running around and those eggs are just sitting there in the sun and the birds are getting all excited. Is that harassment? Probably, yeah. Anyway, harassment is it has to have some effect. Just causing a bird to flush or something is not necessarily harassment. So, and it's always an immediate thing. It's not like there's no such thing as indirect harassment. You know, like, well, I guess you could like turn on some noise machine and go away, and later it would harass the wildlife. But it's kind of an active thing. So anyway, we don't often deal with harassment directly in consultation. Most of what we're dealing with is harm, an act which actually kills or injures wildlife, and it may include habitat modification or degradation, where that habitat change actually kills or injures wildlife by changing their behavior, breeding, sheltering, feeding. Removing habitat for a listed species, even if they may fly away and not be directly killed or injured, if they were planning on doing their nesting thing there, that's going to mean no reproduction this year. So that would be take in the form of harm. There is no such thing as take of plants. We got the take thing from the old English common law. Wildlife belongs to the crown. The plants on a property belong to the landowner. So the prohibitions for plants, taking prohibitions, apply to federal lands because the federal government is the landowner, but not elsewhere. And so you will not get a biological opinion from the Fish and Wildlife Service or NOAA Fisheries for corals, corals are animals, seagrasses say, that has an incidental take statement for plants. It's just not a relevant concept. There are exceptions to these prohibitions in Section 10. We can do scientific take permits, recovery permits we call them. If you need to do some surveys, some research, It has to be for a conservation purpose, though. It has to enhance the propagation or survival of a listed species. So if you want to go out and do some misnetting of bats, that is harassment. You are altering, they can't fly once they get stuck in that net. And there's a possibility of injury. But if you're going to then put a radio tag on them and follow them to where they might be hibernating or roosting so that you can then avoid impacts to that site later on with a construction project, that is serving a conservation purpose, and that can be permitted under Section 10A1A. Section 10A1B is also known as our HCP process, Habitat Conservation Planning. That is for taking that's incidental. It's not intentional. It's like, yeah, we've got a project to build, but we might take a listed species. So if you do not have a federal permit to get or federal funding to do that thing, it's totally a non-federal action, and it might take a listed species, then you need to get a Section 10A1D permit for that taking. Section 11, I'm not going to go into this, so I hope we don't have to ever deal with it. Penalties enforcement, but it does, the Act does provide for the federal government to impose penalties for violations of the Act. And it also provides for citizens' lawsuits to compel the secretaries to enforce the ESA. These lawsuits are usually brought under the Administrative Procedures Act, which Sean is going to talk to you about in a little bit. You know, where that act, well, I'll let him tell you about it, because I'm running out of time. Oh, and that's my last slide for this session. No one interrupted me with questions. That was the Endangered Species Act in less than an hour. Got any?
How many species do you have, like for wildlife?
Well, that's a complicated question because the answer changes a lot.
Okay.
But in the continental U.S., I'm going to say close to 2,000, around 1,800. I have some specific data on what we have in Florida for a session at the end of today. Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand correctly. For the plants, you're only protected on federal land, not state land?
Oh, they're protected. You have to do Section 7 for them, but you don't have to get like a Section 10 permit, you know, an incidental take permit if you're a private landowner and you have an endangered plant on your land.
What if you're a public?
Then the state laws apply. The states have their own laws protecting endangered plants, and is someone familiar with the Florida laws for federally endangered plants? Is there a state law that applies to someone like DOT?
Not much of it. It's to the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah. The protections are limited, but if you have a federal action, you'll need to address the effects to that listed plant species through the Section 7 process and do the jeopardy analysis. And but you would not, if the project isn't going to jeopardize the species, and we'll explain what that means. You don't get a incidental take statement for a plant.
I can speak to that briefly. We had a project in we had a project in Polk County where there was a lot of endangered plants, and it was addressed in a biological opinion, and we ended up having a plan on how to relocate some of those. and then we would work with the state to get a permit, and then they were going to be relocated to Bach Tower Gardens, which was a National Conservation Association for plant. It was either going to be cuttings, seeds, or the actual plants themselves, but the intent was to not preserve each individual plant, but the genetic population of that area.
Yeah. Well, that would have been something we worked with you on to cooperate to let's try to avoid, let's do something, but we couldn't make you do it through a take statement. Yeah. Other questions before we get into the next session? We'll try to stay on schedule.
You have any number of
I don't have that data here, but it is. Rob, do you have a good sense of how many species we've recovered and delisted? It's in a few dozen.
Yeah.
It's not anywhere. It's not in the hundreds. Some have been delisted because we found out that they were extinct, actually, or some were delisted because we found out, oops, we goofed, this one's species doing better than we thought. And then, but there's a bunch that have been delisted due to actual recovery. You know, the bald eagle, the American alligator, the Louisiana black bear recently, and many others. But the number of delistings is much, much smaller than the number that are still on the list.
Actually, I would point out that the Endangered Species Act saved a lot of species from extinction. You know, I mean, the protections are very powerful. Okay.
My wife tells me I speak loud, so I thought everybody could hear me. The Endangered Species Act has saved a lot of species from extinction. So, you know, while there are, and we can look up the number of exactly how many have been recovered, but it has protected a lot of species.
I have a question about that. If you find after 5 years of monitoring of recovered species that they're not actually recovering, do they automatically get listed again, or do you have to go through more rules, you know, bring them back onto the list to get, you know, published, or is it just an automatic, the species is recovering, it's listed again?
I'm guessing we'd have to go through the rulemaking process again, but it would probably be a little bit expedited because we've got the data.
That's great.
All right. Oh, excellent.
I know I've heard a lot of things with the management possibly being their protection being reduced or threatened, and a lot of people have concerns that their
protection measures would be changed just from going to endangered to threatened. And so is there any changes once that happens, or is it purely once they've been completely delisted?
It depends. I didn't mention this, but the prohibitions under Section 9 in the statute apply to endangered species, like the taking prohibitions. And by regulation, many, many years ago in the 80s, the Fish and Wildlife Service decided that unless we say otherwise, when we list a species as threatened, all of those same prohibitions will apply to a threatened species. And Section 4D of the Act, which is Section 4 is the listing part of the Act, allows for the promulgation of rules to protect threatened species. So for many, many years, there were very few threatened species that didn't have the same protections as endangered species. So when we do the reclassification to threatened, we will at that time consider what protections to apply through Section 4D of the Act. For manatee, I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm not involved in that, but it could be same as before, same protections apply, or under 4D we could say these are the protections that are necessary and advisable for the conservation of the manatee.
Okay.
we're sort of close to on schedule. So I'm going to do. Give me a second here to bring up the next thing. Okay, this little session, this is kind of a short one, but this comes from, I guess I should tell you guys are getting the same class that we give to our own people at our National Conservation Training Center in West Virginia, and I just took all of the presentations that they use in a 5-day class. Eliminated some of the exercises. You'll have a long one tomorrow, but none today. And then eliminated some of the stuff that's really directed only at our own people, like stuff you need to know in writing a biological opinion. Well, in this audience, you will not be writing biological opinions, but you need to know what we do in them. So there is a session on biological opinions. But this session in the national course, I'm using pretty much the same slides, but it's like the session on, okay, well now we're going to get into the meat and nitty-gritty of Section 7. Well, why do we do this? What is the value of this whole process? You know, I'm sure Congress invented Section 7 to have, so we'd have this humongous paper exercise to do, right? That's what it may seem like, but it's not. I mentioned, you know, you read the Endangered Species Act, it's like clearly about, hey, just say no to the purpose of the act is to are endangered, you know, likely to become extinct in the foreseeable future, or threatened, you know, likely to become endangered in the foreseeable future. And Section 7 is sort of at the center of the Act, and it has the most clearest, strongest language about, I mean, if you read Section 7A1, it is almost verbatim that overarching purpose from Section 2 of the Act. You know, the purpose is all government agencies will do what they can to recover species. So Section 7 is not a paper exercise. It's intended to be the most powerful means whereby to accomplish the purpose of the Act, which is recovery. But we can't do everything. We have all of us, you know, Florida DOT, Federal Highways, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries. We have limited budgets, limited staff, time, resources. We can't do everything. We can't take every single action that may affect a listed species and do everything we possibly can to, you know, all right, with this quarter-mile road extension, we're going to recover the wood stork. No. We're going to so focus. It's important in my Section 7 philosophy, and this is a slide from the national thing as well, is to focus on the important stuff. We're going to be talking to you a lot about how to do effects analysis, how to support effects determinations, and what that means. But remember that, you know, if you're working on a really small, dinky project, and yes, it happens to affect your listed species, you know, put the effort that's commensurate with that impact in it, and recognize that we don't have to write. We have to rely on science. and I'll be talking about the best available commercial and scientific data standards that applies to both action agencies and to the services. But we don't write. We're not doing science publications. We're doing documents that verify that we've complied with Section 7 of the Act. So just remember that, and deal with stuff that really deserves a lot of attention, and stuff that doesn't deserve as much attention. Figure out efficient ways in the spirit of cooperation to handle them efficiently. I showed you guys in the back of the notebook, you can download the Act, you can download the handbook, the regs are there. Use these, refer to them often. They are the rules that govern what we do in this process. And however, we need to go beyond those rules and regs to succeed in that big purpose of the Act and why we're doing this. We need, and it requires some skills that go beyond just really knowing the biology of this critter, or really knowing that project, or really, understanding the Section 7 regs. It requires some communication skills, I think, are probably the most important thing. And the words we use are, when we communicate, when Florida DOT is telling all of the agencies through the ETDM stuff. Did I get that right? I got a demonstration on ETDM from Katasha and Javier. Were you there that day? No.
Peter was.
Peter, yeah. It was very impressive. I just want to say, you put words in that stuff. Those words are important. And remember, communicate effectively. We're not required to sound like bureaucrats, so don't. Talk plain language. I just love this quote from this guy in West Virginia. Let's just say when the DO drops below 5 parts per million, that should be per thousand. ppm, who put that in there? Them muscles won't be grinning so good. Anyway, I took that picture of the muscles, by the way. Those are fat three-ridge muscles from the Apalachicola River. So use plain language. Don't be an example of this cartoon here, where I've had engineers talk to me and just like, what? What did you say? And I'm sure they've said the same thing about me talking to them. But we have to put all of this stuff in writing. We do in Section 7, the biological assessments that you all do for a project, and the concurrence we give you back, or a BO, a biological opinion. Use plain language. Be aware of your audience. We're often communicating across disciplines. These words used, and these definitions are very critical. They have specific meanings, but not everybody knows what those meanings are. So make sure you understand the people, that your audience understands the words you're using. Clarity, and tell a story. Tell a coherent story. Make it interesting. Make it something that somebody wants to listen to. And this stuff is not easy. I love this quote. It's not rocket science. It's much more difficult. We have to make some decisions on very sketchy information sometimes. and I don't know, can you guys read what the little beetle is saying there? I will read it for you, because that should be bigger print. Please explain again why my probability of persistence is most sensitive to factors influencing the larval survival rate. This is an actual endangered species that we have in our region, but not in Florida, the American burying beetle. It's mostly in our southwest region, but we've got it. It gets into Arkansas in our region. So we have to deal with we have to make assumptions sometimes. We have to go with that. Just say what those assumptions are, state them up front, and then do the best analysis you can based on that. You know, we have to use best available data, but sometimes that best available data ain't very good. So use what you got and use it, you know, as rigorously as you can. And so I mentioned that 3 parts of the Act have the word cooperation in them. Section 7 is one of them. It's called, I mean, literally the title of the section is Interagency Cooperation. Well, and who are these agencies? It's the Federal Action Agency or their applicants. In the case of federal highways, I guess Florida DOT is an applicant for federal funding, which is why you guys are sucked into this federal process. The purpose of the Act is conservation, recovery. The purpose of Section 7 really is also recovery. We have some procedures under 7A2 to go through, and we need to work with each other. It's not like we have to get the box checked by Fish and Wildlife Service, and it's not Fish and Wildlife Service, oh, we get to tell DOT what they have to do. No, it's about us working together to achieve the purposes of the Act. And we have to, and this is why I was really glad to get asked to do this training. I mean, mostly I talk to my own people, Fish and Wildlife Service people, but which is we have to do. But consultation really applies. It always requires at least 2 parties, a federal action agency or their designee, and or their designee, and one of the services, whichever species are involved. I mean, good relationships make good consultations. So work with those folks in the back row, those Fish and Wildlife Service people. Notice that we all sit apart from you all. But I hope we can get to know each other some this week, because we'll work together better if we know each other, if we trust each other. You know, if we do things like I said, I'm going to help you with this, and I actually follow through and do that. And you guys need us. You have to check that consultation box, let's face it. Well, we need you too. We can't do this conservation thing on our own. Frankly, your budget is way bigger than ours. So let's work together. We'll try to promote a conservation culture and make a difference. And don't get burned out on this stuff. I know it. You're going to probably fall asleep before the end of the morning here, but let's keep your perspective, have fun. Can you guys read these little cartoons? I love this one in the corner with the pipeline, because we deal with this issue a lot. The whole segment. Oh, I'm not responsible for that other part of this project. Like, oh really? So don't get burned out. Have fun with it, and the good relationships will help with that. and God, we're right on schedule. Like I said earlier, I'm a lot older than I look. I've been doing the wildlife conservation thing for most of my life, and I can probably count in on the fingers of one hand the things that I consider big accomplishments, and that's okay. That's probably typical of most careers in wildlife conservation. I'd be proud if I had only one, but I have had lots of little accomplishments, and I have helped people do something better that makes a difference for the quality of our life, our environment. Just think, this is a paper exercise in part, but if it can make a small difference, over time, those small differences add up, and that makes it worthwhile. So that's why it's also important to go back to have fun with this. It's kind of cool to work with environmental stuff. Not everybody gets to do that. Enjoy it and make a small difference at a time, and over time it will add up. So I'm really glad that you all are here. I hope this is a worthwhile time for you, and we'll do our part to help make it so. I think we have a break now. Let me see. Can you look on there? If we don't have a break, I want one because I gotta go. Okay, we are on schedule. Are we ahead of schedule? You're ahead of schedule. No. Oh, I have to do the next presentation still. I'm sorry. Very good. I thought we were way ahead of schedule, but we're not. I got like 10 more slides here. And I still do have all right. What? We'll take a break after. We'll stay on the schedule. I have a bladder of iron. Yeah. Yeah. Have fun with it. Okay. No, we won't take a break now because that'll mess me up on the schedule. Are there any questions from that whole little philosophy thing? I know it's kind of freeform. Okay. Section 7. Now we're going to start to really get into Section 7. And we're going to start at the beginning, Section 7A1. It's literally the first 2 sentences of this part of the Endangered Species Act. These are a bunch of mussels from the Mississippi River. I did a lot of my work in Panama City was with the freshwater mussels. I was involved a little bit in the listing decision, which was a weird one because there was a moratorium on listing at that time. After we'd proposed these 7 mussels for listing, then we got an order from the president. There's a moratorium. We're not going to list anything else for a while. So that they stayed as proposed species for like 2 years or something. And then finally the moratorium was lifted, and then we finished the listing, and then I later did critical habitat rule and did a lot of wandering around in streams and grubbing for mussels. But they are pretty cool critters if you get to know their life stage, life history. It's just amazing how they survive and reproduce in particular. The 7A1 of the Act is that parallel statement with the overall purpose of the Act, which is all federal agencies shall. And it's like all and shall. And so this is pretty unambiguous language here. In consultation with the Secretary, and then the Secretary is defined as, Commerce or Interior, and then they've delegated it on down to the services. Use their authorities in the furtherance of the purposes of this Act by carrying out programs for the conservation of endangered and threatened species. And what does conservation mean? Somebody? Not official wildlife person? In one word, define conservation. Help me out here. No? Recovery. Do I have some candy? Yay. For the recovery of species. This is what 7A1 is about. 7A2 is kind of a safety net, thou shalt not jeopardize species. And if you don't, but you happen to take some, you need to get a take statement, too, to exempt that prohibited taking. But so it does not, by itself, if you read the letter of 7A2 regulations, it does not move the needle forward to recovery if you do a strict reading of what you're supposed to do in it. But it is paired with 7A1. It was a package. This is a package deal. We would not have this whole process to just prevent bad stuff from happening when the purpose of the Act is recovery. So we always have to treat every 7A2 consultation as a, well, what can we do here with this action that might implement our 7A1 responsibility? What's the nexus between this project and a list of species? Is there something good we can do with this project? Yeah, we might have to do some bad stuff. And we've got a process that ensures that isn't really bad, and we get coverage for any prohibited taking that may occur. But this is the purpose of the Act, and it is front and center in Section 7. It is called the affirmative conservation mandate. Like I said, it applies to all federal agencies with authorities that may serve the conservation purpose of the Act. It directs federal agencies to get advice, consult with the Secretary, Commerce or Interior, whichever is applicable, sometimes both. Directly echoes that overarching policy statement of the Act in Section 2. So this is what it's all about. Section 7A1. It really is relevant in the context of, like, big federal agency land management plans. This is the plan for this national forest for the next 10 years. There's usually some real conservation opportunities for endangered species in that kind of planning context. And let's start dealing with that and figure out some good stuff to do. So federal agencies and the services need to work together. It's all about that cooperation, communication, get to know each other, figure out how we can help each other, find appropriate and effective means of implementing this mandate that applies to all of us if you work for the federal government. So we should be telling you, and if we're not coming to you, you should come to us about recovery needs that are relevant to your projects and how we might do something good that would, be efficient. There's a bunch of case law. There's a lot of case law on 7A2, failure to consult. But there's case law on 7A1 as well. failure to do good stuff. It's not as abundant as the 7A2 case law because we have lots of regs for how that's supposed to happen. There are no regulations for 7A1, so this is really it's not a blank slate, but it's a slate that we have a lot of discretion in drawing on. This particular case, this was the famous Tellico Dam case with the snail darter. And in that case, the court, came out with these statements. It's like, wow, one would be hard-pressed to find a statutory provision whose terms were any plainer than those in Section 7 of the ESA. Its very words affirmatively command all federal agencies. This language admits of no exception. The plain intent of Congress in enacting this statute was to halt and reverse the trend towards species extinction, whatever the cost. This is reflected not only in the stated policies of the Act, but in literally every section of the statute. Those of you that say, oh, we don't have to do any recovery stuff, this is Section 7, like, what? Excuse me. More case law. These cases involved, I'm not real familiar with this case law since I'm the 7A2 guy primarily, but this is a case that said that, yeah, federal agencies do have discretion, but it's not unbridled discretion. If an action agency, it means that it just has to have a program. If you demonstrate, if someone sues you because, hey, you're not doing what you're supposed to do under 7A1, if you can show you're doing something, you'll probably defeat that case. But, are you doing something that's really worthwhile? Is it the best thing you could be doing? You have discretion to make those determinations, but having a record of communication with the service about, hey, what should we do? What do you advise us to do? Would help. And there was a case that said that the duties under 7A1 are somewhat specific. You can't just argue that there's just only this generalized duty. And it includes an affirmative grant of authority to agencies. If you're doing stuff that may affect listed species, then you have an authority to do something good for them as well. That was a case that was overturned, but not for those reasons. The reason about, if you have a nexus with this species and what your agency's doing, then you have a nexus to do good stuff too. An agency can defeat a 7A1 complaint by showing that it has a program. I mentioned that before. What is a good strategy for implementing this proactive affirmative conservation mandate? It can occur at any level, nationally, regionally, locally. I think the level that's appropriate in this context for this group is the state level, most likely, or perhaps regions of the state, because Florida is very diverse. There are certain areas that certain suite of endangered species and others have another. The mussels don't really get into the peninsular Florida. They're up in the Panhandle and the northern part of the state. We don't have some of the birds in the northern part of the state that we have in South Florida. Consider your agency's role, and I've got some data to show you later today on just what have we been consulting on with federal highways and FDOT in the last few years. Where is the transportation project a big player in endangered species? So to get ideas for what you might do for those species, You know, we have recovery plans for most species, not all. We're required under the statute to every 5 years do a status review of a species and sort of take stock of where we are on the road to recovery. Those don't happen every 5 years either. We have staff issues and budget issues like everybody. And then when we give you a biological opinion, you know, in formal consultation, at the end of those opinions, we always give you conservation recommendations. Here's some discretionary things that we think this action agency could do that would be beneficial for the conservation of the species that we just gave you an opinion on. So review the agency's authorities. You know, what can you do with land acquisition if you're dealing with species that are habitat limited? What kind of monitoring and research could you sponsor? How could you use, you know, your authorities to do what you're supposed to do under 7A1 in a way that makes sense? You know, and makes a difference. The benefits of implementing 7A1, well, obviously, more you engage in this responsibility, the more likely it is that you're going to accomplish the purpose. And so, but none of us have unlimited, you know, resources, budgets, time, energy. So we need to be smart with our limited resources. We need to look strategically at the opportunities and figure out, you know, at landscape scales what's gonna work best. And usually, looking at things, you know, at that slightly larger scale than a project is more efficient than just doing it on every single project. You know, how can we look for groups of projects in an area, or projects over the next few years that we know will probably have an effect on these species. And the final session, session 17, we will talk about programmatic consultations, which are consultations on a program, not a specific project, but a group of projects, a class of projects. And that's where you can really start to look for opportunities to do the good stuff that will make a difference. I think that might be the last. Yay! Question? Everybody needs to go to the bathroom. That's right.
Okay, so welcome back. Wow, that's loud. All right, I'm Sean Bloomquist, the advisor to my. We want to do a little bit of an introduction. I've been working on endangered species related issues for about 18 years. Like Jerry said, I'm older than I look. About half of that time I've spent actually working on endangered species issues, mostly on Section 4 and recovery, but a lot on Section 10 with HCPs, and a lot on Section 6 as well, working on species that are at risk of being petitioned or have been petitioned already, or candidate species. And in various places, mostly on the outside of ecological services. So we're from the state of Arizona, and then a couple of universities on the outside. 7 ball games a little bit new to me, at least thinking of it from the service still. So I'm sort of used to sitting in your guys' chairs and looking at it from the Species Act by running a really solid conservation assessment and strategy for that species, and then doing a lot of huge distribution survey throughout its historic range and identifying reintroduction sites, and then working with Fish and Wildlife Service, state of Nevada, state of Arizona, and state of Utah to come up with a collaborative conservation strategy for that species. So to me, that's been my biggest conservation success thus far. All right, and now we're finally good to go. So with that, I'll launch into the Section 7 process. We want to talk about some other, when I did my fact checking earlier, with your assumption of, at least as far as these. Will be soon, sorry. So Katash is a little pre-excited. Okay, so with that, so I put these up here by acronym. You have some of them in your slide I added because we do a lot with engineering, and not only your audience can understand, but you understand, and that, you know, if you send this out to the general public or they FOIA it. All right, so with that, let's jump into the Administrative Procedures Act. I guess before I launch into this too much, I'm like Jerry, please stick your hand up, interrupt. I think this will go a lot better if we actually interact. I'm used to teaching in like this sort of environment. I like it much better. Jerry said we cut all of the fun exercises and interaction out of this, so this will be a bit of death by PowerPoint if you guys don't actually ask questions and interact with us. All right, so Administrative Procedures Act, and there's two kind of key things that this law does. It helps us or directs us to be transparent in how we conduct business, and then it instructs us also to alert the public to the activities that we're doing. So those are two key things that we're doing here. And there's some key language within the APA that you guys have probably heard before if you've ever watched Law and Order or any of those police procedure type movies, are the words arbitrary and capricious. And who's heard those words before? Yeah, like 3/4 of you. So I'm not too surprised about that because it works its way into kind of the public law dialogue a lot. And the reason that Jerry said we get sued under this is because of this language. And essentially we need to go back and do a little bit of a law primer here to be able to really understand why it is that we get sued on this. So again, I'm going to supplement a little bit here with flip charts to get me moving around to get you guys so that you can see something that's not on the screen. So let's go back to kind of the basics of law here. So we start with Congress passes laws. That is the sort of law of the land. It's passed at the highest level. Your elected officials do that as representatives of us and our viewpoints throughout the land and the common things that we share. Then we as agencies think about regulations and how we're going to implement those things, and we write those, and then we also have other things, policies and guidance that get less stringent review throughout that. And the reason that we get sued oftentimes in that arbitrary and capricious language comes into play is when we set up policies that contradict our regulations or our laws in some way. So if we violate in our policies or our guidances the regulations and laws that have been passed by Congress, then we can be sued under those things. So there's a specific clause that I want to read to you here related to the arbitrary and capricious. It comes out of the Act. And so the terms mean an action not based on consideration of relevant factors. So it's arbitrary, capricious, and an abuse of discretion or otherwise not in accordance with law, or if it was taken without observance of procedure required by law. So that's sort of the Webster's definition of those terms, or the kind of key thing that comes out of this law. So basically, we open ourselves up for a lawsuit if we contradict with guidance or policy, laws or regulations, or we just simply don't follow. So how do we actually go about doing that? The Act specifies that we should have an administrative record. Essentially what this does is it documents all of our rationale for our decisions and is a way in which we kind of keep the history of our decisions going. People switch agencies, your institutional knowledge, so to speak, kind of disappears. So you need a way of keeping all of that going. So this is the way that we actually implement the Administrative Procedures Act in a lot of cases within an agency context. And so I want to go over this just a little bit more detail of the reasons that we want to do that. I mentioned kind of the institutional knowledge aspect to this, but there's a couple others that are important here as well. I can get my picture to work. So I mentioned that historical record. The other thing is related to suits and lawsuits and court cases. So these are the real support for our agency's findings and decisions. Yes?
Can I make a request? If you put that board up on the table, because we can't see it back here. And you're tall, so you should be able to read it.
It's going to be way up here if I do that. And these things are a little tense. So I'm going to read these to you anyway. So the top one says historical record. So it's the documentation. And that's sort of the institutional knowledge associated with that. And then the second one here is your support for your agency's findings. Is that good, Gwen?
I think so.
Okay. And again, this one links into this third one that I have here, which is really that administrative record is going to be the only thing that a court case in most cases or a court is going to consider in most cases. So if you are sued under this, and you do have to go to court, then the administrative record is the evidence they're going to have to look at. And then just kind of an associated function, the last bullet there is that it's going to provide some access to the public. All that information, that kind of thought and logic that went into making that decision. Anybody need me to repeat those? Okay, good. All right, so then your has been made time. So your email records, how to use that, that's perfectly fine.
I think that's something the DOT has to learn to do as we move forward with records. We haven't, so that's something we're going to have to learn how to do.
I think you read my mind, because the Administrative Procedures Act is that most agencies will have a process in place to keep an administrative record. And so in the Fish and Wildlife Service, we have folks in our regional office help with kind of thinking about how we do that, filing systems and filing periods help us think about. Generally, you need a date and embark on this process yourselves. Don't do it alone. Go get help, not only from a legal counsel as well. All right, so that's act number one. Any questions on that before I jump into number two? Yeah, Ed.
It seems like most of the stuff that we do is species-specific key or a conservation guidance document or something like that. I mean, does that mean that has less of a threshold in terms of documentation and administrative record?
Let's see here. So are you referring to the kind of the hierarchy of laws and guidance and those sorts of things? Okay, yeah, okay. So the guidance that has come out, that's been generated by either the services, the Fish and Wildlife Service or NOAA, or it's been generated by DOT, correct? Okay. Yep. Jerry, you want to jump in on that?
The like when you need to document for a project that we advise from service and we are following the guidance and key, the admin record you don't have to replicate the record for that, all of that in your record for the project. We relied on this key. It took us to this place. That's how we made this determination of effect. Agrees the key properly. Record. So reliance on those things that are out there, like the effects determination keys for.
What went into that guidance document?
We would, because.
Any other questions?
And so FACA, that the government was having these secret councils or having these secret meetings in some way, and so the Federal Advisory Committee Act was passed. It's a committee of mostly federal piece of legislation, which is the Unfunded Act. Representatives of our agencies, and we have to have a meeting. And then two, the meeting is, that's the two cases, then we're not start worrying about FACA, is that last bullet on the slide. So if you have a committee that's operating by consensus, and that should raise a flag to you and say, okay, so I may need to start thinking about FACA considerations here.
Sounded like stakeholders, scientists, are they appointed these committees?
Pardon?
Advisory committees, who composes them typically?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you kind of, again, read my mind. So I was going to ask you, so we have a recovery team. So we have a lot of these things in the Fish and Wildlife Service. Are those going to fall under FACA? ideas. So they sort of compose, I can't see what your name is there, Kathy, what Kathy said. So it has a lot of scientists on it typically, so both university and can be USGS or agency scientists as well. Has agency representatives usually from both state and federal agencies. So do they operate under consensus most of the time?
Depends, do you have NGOs on there? No, okay.
Okay, May? David?
Yes.
Consent, do they?
Sometimes it's not scientists around everything, but there should be some consensus on the next step forward.
Yeah, so recovery teams oftentimes don't actually have to worry about FACA because the team is acting as an advisory group to the Fish and Wildlife Service. And the service is then actually delegating the decision-making authority to the team itself. So in that case, it wouldn't fall under. There are some large carnivore type things. I think panthers are. I think that's one example of where Florida, where we've had that happen. But the key thing for you guys to remember is if you end up on a commerce group, you guys go forward and don't follow the FACA considerations. All right.
Just ask, can you think of an example of FACA?
Yeah, right. I should have done a better job of thinking about that. Anybody in the back, or Jerry, you want to help out with that?
I don't know if Andrew Barrett, since they issued a report, conservation strategy, but I don't know if it fell under FACA.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare that we have a designated FACA advisory group, one that is actually charged with helping an agency make their decision by consensus. The most recent one I'm aware of is a national level one where the Department of Interior convened a FACA advisory committee on producing guidelines that the service was going to put out on wind energy impacts to wildlife. Here, if you do these things, we will, we consider you've done the best you can do to avoid impacts to wildlife from wind energy. And so that committee got appointed by, there were members of the wind energy, NGOs, Fish and Wildlife Service, and some scientists and academic types. And they, as a group, hammered out what they thought was, the latest and greatest and best available technology and methods to accomplish the purpose. And then, but it's rare. Recovery plan, the first iteration of it was actually done as a FACA thing because we got other agencies and write the plan on our own. I think the recovery plan was actually
like 90+% on a document that you could scribble notes, your sort of review draft type notes, or some initial comments on the top of a draft. Those sorts of things are foiable. So be careful about man, this is a crappy thought, or keep your comments and those sorts of things professional because they may get requested by a member of the public. And then the other thing is, oftentimes these FOIAs are very general, or the requests are very general. So if you have a good working relationship with the person or the entity doing the actual FOIA request, oftentimes you can help work through this a little informally in helping to narrow the scope by giving them a call saying, look, what are you really looking for? Winnow that request down a little bit and see if you can work through the process informally rather than going through the formal FOIA request process. Our office has done that a couple times with the Center for Biodiversity. We have a working relationship with a couple of lawyers for CBD that work with us on a regular basis. So that's just a couple basic points on FOIA to start with. So I sort of said this already, the information can come in all forms. It can be hard copies, it can be emails, it can be electronic records. They can take notebooks on your shelves. They can even come in and take your entire computer and your hard drive away. So in some of the crazier kind of cases that can happen. The only thing that we won't give up most of the time is things that are published, so journal articles, books, things that are available to the public anyway. If they can get them themselves, there's no reason for us to respond to a FOIA request. So the kind of next point here is, and I want to put out a idea again, question to you guys. So any member of the public can make a formal request. So anybody can use the FOIA Act, with a couple of notable exceptions. Anybody want to take a gander at what those are?
Rigid.
Pardon?
Rigid.
Exempted structure.
Rigid.
Oh, exempted. So there are some exemptions, and we'll talk a little bit about. Yeah. So yeah, right. So I was thinking more in member of the public here is sort of defined in the way that it's defined on the endangered, those sort of entities, not necessarily a structure condoning a request. But Ed, go ahead.
If it's a pretty flat privilege, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good another. Felons and fugitives from the law can't make requests. So Gwen, I didn't put these in your notebook. It says see your notebook on the slide. It's really not that important because it doesn't help us a whole lot. It's internal kind of personnel rules for agencies, those sorts of things. Other information that is simply specified under a law as information, so you can, if it's protected under patent, that sort of stuff, that can be protected as well. Deliberative process privilege, that's the sort of attorney-client privilege somebody mentioned already. Invasion of privacy, so privacy is a big issue there as well, so personal information, all of that sort of stuff that we have another acronym for, PPI, those sorts of things. Law enforcement records, and then some stuff related to financial institutions and records disclosure for that. So those are the exemptions. You guys hit 3 of them before I even made it over the flip chart. So good. I think you're more familiar with that. The only thing I wanted to make about FOIA is through the Act, there's a response time that's integrated in there as well. So generally, this is the way that we do it in the Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm not sure in the service, we generally say, we as the regional office, that we have a FOIA coordinator that helps us make those determinations. And so the way that we get around that 10-day time frame often is to say, no, we're denying this at the field level, we send it up to the regional office level, and they work with the FOIA coordinator and the legal counsel, the solicitors at the regional office to help us work through that process. So we get a little bit more time than the 10 days. Do you guys have a process thought up yet?
Yeah, we have a process.
Okay.
A reasonable time frame. It's not a 10-day. Internally, we have tighter notification of the response, and it's going to depend ultimately upon the information that's requested, how much time is going to be required to get after the response document. But we definitely are. But I think that's why you heard some quick responses. We get a lot of public records requests already. It has very broad public records law.
Good. You guys are ready to go then. The last point that I want to make, Grob, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we also, and I work in the regional office of the Fish and Wildlife Service, we also work with the requester to narrow the scope of their request. Oftentimes it'll be very vague and it could result in a voluminous number of records and use up everybody's time and cost them potentially money. So we work to refine the scope of.
And you could do that both informally, like I mentioned at the beginning, or then through the formal process as well. So the last point I wanted to make is, since you do have an internal process already within DOT, work with those people that you're supposed to work with. Don't go this alone when you get those types of requests. It's a good way to get yourself in trouble or violate some rule in some way that you're not familiar with. All right, moving into our last 2 laws here, which are more straightforward than the other ones that we've gone through thus far, and they get 3-letter acronyms rather than 4. So the Information Quality Act, and these, like I said, these 2 are pretty straightforward. Essentially, this one says you're responsible for the accuracy of the data and information you use in documents and to make decisions. So you basically have to know the information that you're using to make a decision. And there's some key language in the, that's up on the slide here, ensuring and maximizing the quality, objectivity, utility, and integrity of the information disseminated by federal agencies. So it basically says, use the type of information that you know, and make sure it's good information. In the Fish and Wildlife Service, we call that, best available science or best available information. That's sort of our shortening of this term. But we use this kind of standard all the time. And the other instructors will get into this more later, but that best available science is a real challenge for us in some cases, because we do have to make a decision in a lot of cases under some pretty limited information. The key thing that this law says is just use the best available stuff and know what you're talking about. Be honest about the gaps in the information. The other point to make on this one is we sometimes get ourselves in trouble with this one, copying and pasting from older documents and that sort of stuff, is know the information that you cite. So if you're going to cite a reference in a document that you write, make sure you've actually looked at that document. You understand the conclusion that the authors came to and the rationale that they had for those, and that it actually supports what you're writing. I hate reading through either a BO or a scientific paper or something and then tracking down a reference and going, what are these guys talking about citing this paper? It completely contradicts what they were, the point that they were trying to make. Why did they cite that paper? So, like I said, this one's fairly straightforward. Just know what you're talking about, or know what the citation has in it when you cite it. And then the last one, I don't have a slide for, Plain Language Act. The name sort of says it all, and Jerry alluded to it earlier. Basically, it says we deal with a lot with engineering and technical terms, especially with road construction and bridge construction in the DOT world. Translate that so your average high school student can read it. Know your audience, know who you're writing for. Make sure you're not kind of talking kind of top or below each other in that. And what the act actually says is you should provide a summary, usually it's sort of a paragraph summary that anybody could read. And so that a lot of times we do an executive summary or a summary at the end of documents that sort of states just in very plain language what it is you're assessing and what your general conclusions are, and that meets the requirements of that act. Like Gary said, it's very easy for us to forget that. We're speaking in biologists speak or engineers speak, gobbledygook that we write sometimes. So I did that one in because it applies to a lot of the work that we do. All right, so just a couple key take-homes for you guys. One, remember these 5 acts apply to all agencies and everything that we do within those agencies. So this is kind of our guiding framework as we go forward. And generally, be transparent about what you do and alert the public to what you do, and you'll stay out of trouble. Right, so that's it. We're mostly on time still. We're actually still ahead of schedule. So that's good. Any other questions before I turn it over to Brady? All right, thank you all.
The project's getting, public records requests. The whole idea of making a decision, here's what we're authorizing and funding. It's gone through consultation, and then someone challenges that and takes you to court. Decision. These people are saying that, are making a complaint against your decision. Your admin record is just everything that those lawyers representing the plaintiff and representing your agency will need to use as evidence of how you got to that decision. How did you get to know? That has no effect on this species. It needs to be in your files, the judge, to the court. Anyway, just think about your admin record as, what would we have to turn over to a court if this decision is challenged?
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? I know my voice doesn't carry real well. Okay, so now we're moving to tab number 4 and doing the participants in the Section 7 process. So we're going to just introduce you to the cast of. So who's involved in this process? We'll begin with the fluorine policy and status and help discuss measures to avoid and minimize those effects. Having the EPDM process really helps us with that because that's where we get a lot of that information out there. I thought to arrow it forward. Use the right one.
Did you do this?
Okay. The next role is that of the action agency or the federal agency that's funding, permitting, or carrying out the action. That action agency has to provide the best available information on the project, and usually the action agency knows that project the best. You're supposed to guide, supervise, review, and evaluate the biological assessment. You want to be an active participant in the consultation process. The more engaged you are, the better the outcomes. And we'll have certain requirements to make sure they're carried out. The project, of course, the Federal Highway Administration, their NEPA authorities, and if you are going to be the Army Corps of Engineers might be the action agency if you have to get a Clean Water Act 404 permit, U.S. Coast Guard if you're getting a bridge permit, and Federal Emergency Management Agency for providing funds after some kind of emergency. And can you think of any others that might be federal agencies that would be the action agency for a transportation project? Say you have a state highway that goes on federal land, then that federal land manager, maybe the Park Service or DOD base, they might be your action agency. And an applicant. Applicants defined as any person who requires formal approval or authorization from a federal agency before conducting an action. So basically, an applicant is a person who's applying for something. Like Jerry mentioned earlier, it's defined very broadly under the Act. And if you have the role of being an applicant, it's going to be a little bit different than if you were the action agency, federal lead. You might have a little more limited involvement in some of the discussions. We kind of see ourselves as part of the federal family with a federal agency. So we might talk about things separately that we wouldn't talk in front of you as an applicant, kind of like family's not going to talk about the family the same way and in front of the neighbors. I guess this is an example during that 404 permitting process, and DOT is an applicant, whereas the Corps of Engineers, if they're consulting with us on the nationwide permit program, then there is no applicant in that process. So what is the applicant's role? You're going to submit information for consideration during the whole consultation process. And it's definitely a circumstance where you're really going to know that project, where the federal agency, is a step removed. So you're going to be the best proponent out there to look at maybe possible ways that you could alter your design to minimize impacts from the project and know what kind of conservation measures you're best able to implement. You'll have a role in reviewing and commenting on any draft opinion, and you're going to put those comments through that federal agency who will take them to copy of the final. We tend to be more mindful of timelines when we have an applicant involved. If we're going to ask for an extension to completing a biological opinion, it's going to take. It's going to add on more than 60 days, then the applicant has the right to approve that. And an applicant can also apply for exemption from Section 7A2 if they've received a jeopardy or that adverse mod biological opinion. You've probably heard of the God's blood, that you can, if you get a jeopardy adverse mod, you can go to them to try and get it revoked. That's done very seldom, and it's approved even more seldom. And the applicant is basically going to be responsible for complying with any terms and conditions and commitments made during the whole consultation process. So the next role is that of a designated non-federal agency. I know we've got a letter on file from 2003 from Federal Highways that designates Florida DOT as their non-federal representative. So basically, they've designated certain duties to you, where you can request species lists, do the biological assessments, request transference, and provide other information, but there's still that federal agency oversight and guidance. A designated non-federal rep cannot initiate formal. Designated rep is different from having delegated authority. So you guys are working on going that next step where you're going to have that full delegated federal authority. And basically, the ultimate responsibility for compliance with Section 7 remains the responsibility of the federal agency. And how we coordinate internally between Fish and Wildlife and NOAA. We do share responsibility for some species. For example, with sea turtles, once they're on land, they're a Fish and Wildlife responsibility, and in water, they're a NOAA responsibility. Gulf sturgeon is even a little more complicated. We have joint jurisdiction where we've got the lead in the river, NOAA in the marine habitat, and we split it up in estuaries depending on the action agency. We've got our District 3 sturgeoneers. I'm going to pick on District 3 a little bit today. This is actually kind of one of their 7A1 type activities that came out of doing a biological opinion, that they provided funding for tagging some sturgeon in the Yellow River and the Escambia River, and also gave some of their staff time to go out in the field with our biologists. So I would also say, you know, on any of your roles, really trying to get out there and get to know the resource. It's a great opportunity, and it's a lot more fun than the paperwork part of things. The role of state agencies in ESA activities. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA have an interagency policy on cooperating with states. It just got updated this past year. Is that right, Jerry?
Yeah.
The national policy.
Yeah.
And basically it's a policy to promote engagement and cooperation. Examples of that is through our Section 6 agreements, where we do provide funding to the state, sometimes give permitting authority for some of our species, cooperative interaction through our Section 7 nations, and then also through our Section 10 permits for research and for conservation planning. And when I do refer to state agencies there, it's the state agencies that are responsible for fish, wildlife, and plants, so FWC and DOAC. And how we coordinate during Section 7. We do inform them when actions are likely to adversely affect listed or proposed species or critical habitat. And the state agencies tend to be, they're a lot bigger than we are. They're the ones that have a lot of ongoing research. And so they're really like our technical experts. And when we're doing a biological opinion, they're quite often the source for our basic biological information. We want to make sure that that's always the most up to date. So before finalizing a biological opinion, we'll go back to the state and make sure we're still using the best data. And we generally recommend that an action agency will give them the final biological opinion, and if that's a non-sensitive BO, like, no, nothing secret in there, we'll make sure it's released after 10 working days if the action agency hasn't already done that. Coordination with tribes, that's guided by executive order. Basically, it just recognizes the sovereignty of tribes. We work with them nation to nation. I don't know if that comes up at all with the T project. I'm not familiar with it. Doesn't add any complication to Section 7. And coordination with some other agencies. Other agencies might also have mandates for species conservation. With EPA, we have memorandum of agreement with Fish and Wildlife and NIMS and Corps of Engineers for protection of endangered species during their 404 permit process. With Federal Emergency Management Agency, we do have a statewide consultation with them for emergency repairs, usually after hurricanes and floods, and that includes some guidance in there for road repair. I think they basically delegate their authority to whatever local agency there is. And I just put ETDM up there because that just seems to be a great avenue for coordination between all the different agencies that normally we wouldn't have access to. That was short. Are there any questions? We do our own data also. They're just a lot bigger than we are. So we tend to live with them, but certain species, they probably are more the expert than we are if we don't have the resource. And we really give them funding through Section 6 to try and get the best research and data for our list of species.
Applies to the species that used to be called Gulf sturgeon. It has jurisdiction on those, whether it's in the ocean, whether it's in an estuary, or it's in a river.
Okay, great. It makes it a lot simpler.
Yeah, I know.
We got a little complicated with Gulf
sturgeon. That way, but it's there.
Do you have jurisdiction on
usually when they're in the rivers. We're getting way ahead of schedule.
Which is okay, but I'll make. Dave, tell us.
Jurisdictions are split, so that you could maybe do a joint consultation. I think they have done that, but generally, I think it's probably a separate consultation.
Yeah, you consult with both of the service opinion addressing sea turtles, or all of the response actions are concluded, and so we're doing an emergency after the fact consultation, and we are going to talk about emergency consultations in which one? It's variation. It's on the last day.
16 variation.
Yeah, in module 16, it's the sole circumstance in which we do consultation after the fact. Because the purpose of consultation is an action doesn't jeopardize the species. Well, there's no time to do that in an emergency. So you do that afterwards, but there is a process for figuring out how to, what's your advice, Fish and Wildlife Service or National Marine Fisheries Service? We have to do this. This is an emergency. We really got to go now, but what can you tell us about avoiding serious impacts to listed species that may be in the way? So we'll deal with that then.
Yeah, okay, so if it's a Gulf sturgeon, if it's Coast Guard or
Atlantic sturgeon, not short-nosed sturgeon. If a project if an action has effects that extend into both, has the lead in coordination with. So I had to deal with that on the Coast Guard one. It was like, oh, geez, who? Because there were response actions taken in estuarine environments and marine environments for the Deepwater Horizon spill, and in the estuarine environment, but of course in the marine it's strictly no on fisheries. But we said when that happens, then the Fish and Wildlife Service will have to lead.
Probably something come up against the DEFCON projects because those are usually in one place.
Yeah.
Widespread. Could you talk a little
more about the delegation of authority. In one of your earlier slides, you talked about federal highways delegation to the FCDOT, and how that may change in the future or not change with our needs of time. But also specifically with this delegation, does that give us the authority to make the findings? And who makes the findings? Clarify who makes the findings, or who's concurring relative to that delegation of authority? And also vice versa, if it's not a federal project, federal highway project, if it's in a federal highway funding, still we may have federal permits. How would the same thing with authority apply?
Probably answer that question. There's a lot of questions. Maybe we go one by one.
In one of the earlier slides, it was mentioned the delegation of federal highway perhaps.
Right now, it's not a delegation. Right now, you represent us. So we don't delegate the ESA program to you right now. You represent us in certain circumstances that are governed by what the regulations say. So as it is now, you represent us, and you can represent us to lesser the adverse effects on the species, and then we do that. Under the NEPA delegation program, which includes the Endangered Species Act, you now act as the federal agency. You act as federal highway. So in those circumstances, you would be able to do consultation from start to finish. You would make the determination. The rules are that you would make determinations as we would make determinations. So the entire program set up to say, hey, here's how our regulations, federal highways are, here's our policies, here's generally how we would make these certain calls. The program is established that you would make calls using those guidelines.
That's correct. So they will have that authority as a
we would then make the findings and our coordination would be
correct. Yes. I mean, I don't know how your delegation would be here. There could be certain projects or types of projects that would not fall under the delegation. In different states, that's how it goes. But you make the findings, you work directly with the services. And as long as you're following kind of the guidelines we have established, that we would generally have made the same types of decisions.
And that will only happen when federal highways is the action agency, correct?
Yes, when we're the action agency.
I mean, there are many situations where there's not a federal highway access for DOT projects.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So you're going to have an assortment of projects where federal highways generally wouldn't have been involved, so there wouldn't be that federal nexus in federal highways, so we wouldn't have funding. We wouldn't have had to give you any authorization to do what you're doing. In those cases, you're then once again acting as an applicant for someone else, usually the Corps of Engineers or the Coast Guard. So in those cases, the other federal agencies are going to be the ones doing the consultation, and it will be kind of as normal as now.
Usually it's for like
Sometimes to delegations happen in certain states, how you interact in the Corps or Coast Guard when there's multiple federal agencies and who's going to be the lead. Generally speaking, enterprise federal highways will generally take the lead on the consultation before. They still have an opportunity in the delegation program to work with you all and say, if they're going to take the lead or you're going to be the lead.
Other questions?
So again,
We will be family. Are we going to break for lunch?
Yeah, we are ahead of schedule. This is a good thing. I think what I'd like to do, I'd rather do an hour-long lunch and then conclude earlier this afternoon if we stay ahead of schedule. Is that the vote? Okay. Yeah. For that matter, building. Does everyone still want to take an hour for lunch? Or we? Okay. Then it is. Triple book. We have to give you the we have to tell who is doing it,
I think we're going to go ahead and get started now.
I agree with you.
All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started again, please. Hello. Okay, so we've had kind of a quick overview of all the regs and all the players, and now we're going to jump into how does this whole Section 7 process start, and really what triggers Section 7. So this is an overview of the whole process that we're going to be going over the next few days. I'm not going to be trying to cover all this right now, but we're going to start at the beginning, and I'm going to give just a quick overview, and we're going to go into more detail later on. Is it not working? I don't want that.
I can't hear.
Okay.
That's fair, yeah. She's got to get her mic on.
Does that help? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, quiet, everybody. Okay, now we're going to jump into really how the whole process starts. This is just a picture of all the generalized steps of Section 7 consultation. I'm going to give a quick overview, but we're going to get into more detail about these, over the next few days. So this is the crux of Section 7A2, that each federal agency shall, in consultation with and with the assistance of the Secretary, Ensure that any action authorized, funded, or carried out by such agency is not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of endangered species or threatened species or result in the destruction or adverse modification of designated critical habitat, and each agency shall use the best scientific and commercial data available. So if you're not familiar with Section 7, that sounds like a lot of mumbo jumbo, but the basic thing is that, if you're a federal agency, you need to consult, you need to make sure that your actions do not jeopardize species or adversely modify critical habitat, and you have to use the best science available. Kind of jumping ahead a little bit, you might recognize if you've done biological opinions, that's sort of the purpose of a biological opinion, to determine whether it jeopardizes or species or adversely modifies habitat. So we know we don't always do formal consultation. So each agency shall use the best scientific and commercial data available. And that doesn't mean that it has to be published in a scientific journal or be peer-reviewed. It's basically whatever the best data is out there. Sometimes we just have to work with raw data because that's really all we have. And that information should focus on looking at the effects of your action on listed species and habitat. We might come back to you and request additional information. If you cannot provide that, we're just going to proceed the best we can using what we've got. And just be aware that, if we're lacking data and we're going to have to make our judgment on best, what is available, we're probably going to err on the side of conservation of that listed species and let you understand how we did do our analysis. So federal agency responsibilities in this process, you're going to be considering the effects of your action on listed species. Kind of the first step is you come to us and ask for a list of species and their habitat, what might be occurring that might occur in your project area, and contacting us for additional technical assistance. That part, we pretty much handle through ETDM. And then the next thing you have to do is make an effect determination. How is that action going to affect listed species? We talk a lot in the regs about a species list. Basically, each field office tends to have a list on their website that's all the species that occur in our counties, what type of habitat they're in. You can come to us with a species list and ask for us to concur with that. We have to respond within 30 days by regs on providing that species list. I can't say it's been 10 years since we ask for species lists. We do a lot of this more informally through ETDM, or we get the information from our website. That species list, it might have threatened, endangered, or proposed species, or candidate species, designated and proposed critical habitat. As we get more and more candidate species and sufficient species, we're going to have those on our species list too. They're not going to have the same protection that the federally protected species have. It's sort of a heads up that these are species that maybe by the time you get to construction, they will be listed. So it helps if you consider them early. And any kind of measures that you can get in there to protect them early might prevent us from having to list them. And because changes happen so much with our species, we should verify its accuracy if it's older than 90 days. I also put our the website for IPAC. That's the Information for Planning and Conservation website. And I know a lot of the consultants put the web there off that website. So what is the trigger for Section 7 consultation? It's when your federal action may affect a listed species and designated critical habitat. And it's the federal action agency's responsibility to come up with that determination. Some potential determinations. There's project that has no effect on species. It may affect, not likely to adversely affect, or it may affect, likely to adversely affect. So if you make a no effect determination, that really should mean there's absolutely no effect. That species is not there, there's no suitable habitat, you're just confident that there are not going to be species and habitat profiles. So when the effect is beneficial, insignificant, or discountable, informal consultation is not required. Sort of happening to go through that whole formal consultation process. In the federal regs, we stipulated the process for getting to a not likely to adversely affect determination. If it is beneficial, formal consultations are not required when the action are entirely beneficial. So it's not like you have a little adverse effect and a lot of beneficial. No, overall, it doesn't look like that. You know, any adverse effect considered beneficial. Probably an example of something that would be totally beneficial is if you were acquiring land acquisition for species recovery. So insignificant effects. Formal consultation is not required if the adverse effects are so minor that they really can't be measured, detected, or evaluated. Gary was kind of hitting on that with his example of pelican being disappear. Not something to really measure without something. Probably another example might be if you're putting in a dock on the Choctahatchee Bay, which is critical habitat from the Gulf sturgeon, and you know, small impact, and you know, thousands of acres of habitat, and you species of low numbers and widely distributed. Probably that effect of that one little dock is not really measurable. So that's right, Dave. Discountable effects. Formal consultations. Question?
Yeah, just checking us on the beneficial effects. Is that some kind of no effect determination, or is that
That would be beneficial. So it would be a not likely to adversely affect because it's all beneficial. You do have an effect because you are doing something good for the species, but it's not going to be an adverse effect. It's going to be beneficial. Discountable effects. That's when the adverse effects are extremely unlikely to occur. An example of that might be if you have a very slow-moving vessel, like a sailboat out in the Gulf of Mexico, it's really unlikely that it might kill sea turtle. So if you have no effect, that's the end of the process. You really don't have to coordinate any further with that. If it's a may effect, you're going to have to determine is it not likely to adversely affect or likely to adversely affect. If it's not likely to adversely affect, you have to request concurrence from Fish and Wildlife or NOAA. And if it's likely to adversely affect, that's going to jump you into formal consultation. We're going to go into a lot more detail about this later on. This is just sort of the overview. So what goes into concurrence? This is how you conclude consultation. If it may affect, it's not likely to adversely affect the species or habitat. Type of information it's going to have. It's going to tell us what kind of species you were doing your analysis on, and you might have forgotten something. It's going to identify your action area. This is that area where your project's occurring and where any direct or indirect effects of that action may be occurring. So it might not just be your project area. You know, if some of those effects could occur further downstream of the river, you're going to have to look at that whole effect area. Give a good description of your proposed project. Sometimes it might seem obvious to you, but you know, the more information you can provide us, the better we can understand what you're doing. And it should include your effect determination. Question?
For critical habitat, say in the action area, how far out do you look in the wild for critical habitat or something?
Well, your analysis is going to look to the extent that you think you're affecting that critical habitat. So if
okay, so for a road, just say in the construction area, I mean, how far out do you have to look for habitat?
It depends on your.
Is there a rule of thumb?
The action area is defined as all areas affected by the species. So it's going to vary depending on the process. It's just not the footprint. All areas affected by the action. The species
So we define that.
Yeah, I actually have some slides. Today's last presentation is on effects analysis, and I will delineate an action area and a species range, and the intersection of the two is what you'll look at effects in. But the action area actually is, as John was saying, it's the full extent of the effects of the action. And listed species may be on only one little corner of that action area, but the action area itself it's what you would use for NEPA purposes, essentially. The extent of the direct effects, the construction footprint, and the indirect effects, which would be, the noise, the sound, the light, the downstream effects, if it's near waterways, and could also, then there's another class of effects to consider in your action area, and that's interrelated and interdependent action, things that would not occur but for your federal action, like things that would happen, as soon as this is done, this other thing is online, that's interdependent actions that you may not have control over, but they're going to occur when this one is done.
We're going to cover that in the next presentation. We have an example to go over with class.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's something that we can review with you all prior to us going through our analysis, or just make sure that we feel comfortable that we've got it covered. Sure.
Coordinate with us at any time. Did you want to add something?
I think that's one thing. The way we look at from federal highways and our guidance and looking at effects determination, no effect really isn't spelled out in the regulations. It may affect it. You have to decide is there a potential for effect. So we ask you to first look at, is there a potential for an effect on the listed species or the listed resource? And if the answer to that is no, then that equals no effect. And so it flips the question around a little bit. It makes you look at it from the standpoint of if there's potential for effect, is it beneficial or adverse, then it's a may effect. If there's no potential at all, then it's a no effect. So we try to put that question around as kind of regulation. And another common problem we have is that people will justify no effects using the reasoning why you would have a not likely adverse effect, meaning they'll use discountable, insignificant, or beneficial, and put those in saying, oh, that's my justification for no effect. That can't be. Once you have any type of effect, it's a negative effect.
Any other questions? Okay. Your concurrence letter might, okay.
Excuse me a little bit, because the words we just used, beneficial effect, effect, saving effect, those look like there's no consultation required. So does that mean that there is any kind of finding in those cases, or is it still?
Consultation is required, so it's informal consultation.
Okay.
Those are all the effects that get you to a not likely to adversely affect. And that's where you're required to have concurrence from services.
Okay. Oh, I understand.
Right, just for a no effect.
But I think it's important to point out too that, so the action agency may make a effect. Sometimes we may not agree with that determination. You may want to check with us just to make sure it's okay to do that. Okay, we got this project, we don't take it to no effect. What do you guys think? And I think that's perfectly okay to do.
I would say typically in our concurrence letters that we get, if there's a no effect, it fits in there, and they're trying to get some feedback from us.
Yeah, no effect determinations are really wholly on you. You're not required to get written concurrence with a no effect determination, and it's actually sort of our policy that we don't provide concurrence with no effect because. But as a courtesy to you, if it's well supported, we will tell you. Yeah, okay, we agree. We probably won't use the language we concur with your no effect determination because there's no no provision in our regulations that say give us the authority to do that. And basically, for us to do so would be for us to put us into your process, which if you didn't tell us how you got there, we can't agree. But we don't have to. And that's where your admin record comes in. You got a species list, from IPAC or from the service website, or you requested one, or you came up with one on your own. And it's up to you to document. Of the species on this list, these are the ones that there's, as Brian was saying, there's no potential for an effect of any kind, beneficial or otherwise, on those. Because, and then your admin record would say, your little memo to the file, this species uses this, habitat X. There is no habitat X in this action area.
Too many questions. Does the inspector provide a letter when there's no effects determination? Do they provide some sort of letter, or is it just only if there's not likely damage?
We won't provide concurrence with a no effect, but we might provide a response saying, thank you, you've successfully concluded your coordination with us.
So we could expect for a letter or
our office even has
it's not likely to occur. In fact, you might have one if that's correct. You might say something like, the action agency made this go back for this such and such species. We support this based on blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, we can do that with no.
Our attorneys sort of discourage us from sending concurrences for no offense, and we're putting ourselves in a position to do a lot of it.
I know that from our perspective, sometimes for bridges, we've had issues where we've made a no effect determination for, say, sawfish or sea turtles, but the Army Corps of Engineers has decided that we do need to have an effect not adversely affect. So we're kind of caught in trying to raise the determination in order to get through the process. I don't know how you dealt with that with other districts.
You guys are the designated representatives right now of the Federal Highway Project. We're about to do the core project. We need a core one to do the applicant. So the core can make any determination they want because they're the action agency. So basically, it's the they're the ones that are making the determinations. So now you're really not involved in making that determination. Did I say that right?
Yeah, the reason the Corps would probably prefer to make a may affect, not likely to adversely affect call is because the quickest way to make a claim against a decision for failure to comply with the Endangered Species Act is that you didn't even consider such and such species. There's no record of consultation with the services on that species, and clearly it's in the project area. So if there's any gray zone on whether the species could be present or not, conservative agencies like the Corps will err on the side of let's get the services concurrence with a not likely to adversely affect call. You just have to, either way, you have to support it. No effect. If it's well supported and no effect, do that. If you're not really sure, then okay. Err on the side of a little more conservative finding.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate. You said in your other comments that you have something in the administrative record that supports that finding. Just to have something there, not just a checklist, but something, a document that you went through, taken the hard look, and come to the conclusion
and no effect is coverage will go along with it.
Concurrence letter. You might have commitments in your concurrence letter for avoiding and minimizing adverse effects, and just be aware that sometimes having certain conservation measures can take you from possibly needing formal consultation to being able to conclude informally. Try an example of that is if you have a stream crossing and you're going to have piling structures that are in the stream and there's listed mussels present, that probably would end up being a formal consultation, but if a design change could get the structures out of the water, you might be able to conclude informally. Protective measures need to be included in your description. And so what role do NOAA and Fish and Wildlife play? Once we receive your concurrence letter, we're going to review your request. If we've got questions, we're going to come back to you and try and get a better understanding of your action. And we generally provide a response within 30 days. And what are our possible responses? We're either going to give you concurrence. I think all the offices might do this a little bit differently. We have like a standardized sticker that we're probably going to put on your letter. We might come back and still need more information, or we may not concur. We might think that it actually needs more protective measures, or might have to go into formal consultation. Like that. Question?
Are there any cases where a concurrence letter expires? I mean, I know if the project site changes or the proposal to the action changes, then you need to go through the process again. But we have, EPDM could be 10 years, and then the PDE, you get concurrence, and then, 10 years later, we're going for permit.
Right. I don't know that they have an official expiration date, but you want to make sure that it's based on current information and come back and do a reevaluation, especially if you're getting within 2 years of your project. You kind of want it to be dated that close. Our species lists are changing all the time. So, a letter from 5 years ago might not even address all the species that are currently listed.
It may be too that you base your not likely to adverse effect on survey, and that survey has expired. So at that point, the survey has expired, that information is on the current.
How many would you call a survey expired? Like per species?
Per species.
Different species will have different requirements.
If you could look at the letter and say absolutely nothing has changed and the results and the conclusions have not changed, technically you don't have to go back. That's, you have to make sure that that is actually the case.
There are actually some expirations, but they don't apply universally. If the project is a major construction activity, and most road projects are, a biological assessment is required, and you need to complete a biological assessment within 180 days of getting the species list for that assessment. And if you don't complete it within 180 days, you need to get back to the services and get an update on the species list. So it's basically, you don't want to do the documentation for consultation until you're getting close to the end. But if there's a long period of time between the end, when you've completed the assessment to when you actually implement that action, all of our concurrences and our biological opinions have reinitiation criteria in them, and there's 4 standard ones. 3 apply to informal consultations if the action changes. If you change the way you proposed it to us initially. If there's new information about listed species or the effects of the action on those species, and if there's a new species listed. Those 3 apply to informal concurrences. And then a fourth one applies to formal consultation if the amount or extent of cake exempted by the opinion is exceeded. So any of those things happening, you're required to reinitiate. So if you consulted on a project and it went a long time before it actually starts doing those things that were in the proposed action description of the consultation, look at it and get back to us and say, you know, we've looked at it, there's no new information, we think this is still good, do you agree? And we'll tell you if so. But yeah, if it's really stale, it's likely that one of those reinitiation criteria has kicked in.
Any other questions?
I think, Sean, you had your hand up. Were you going to say?
Said the exact same thing I was going to say.
Okay, good.
A lot of times some of the DOT districts are proactive about doing that anyway. So I'd say they had 5, 10 years before they got to last concurrence letter. They'll go ahead and do another survey for standing states or whatever species just to cover themselves. So I've noticed that happens a lot. Those types of problems.
Now it's on. Hello. I'm Todd. Sorry for being late. I'm a substitute. I'm replacing somebody that couldn't make it. So what I'm going to talk about to you all today is going to be components of an action, how we deconstruct it, and the action area. So what we're going to do, this is going to be interactive talk to wake you guys up. We're going to do a lot of examples. The slides are on some things that are not transportation specific, but there is a slide in here with transportation, and we'll go back to that, and we'll deconstruct the action. How's that sound? And if you have any questions at any time, don't hold the question, just shout out my name or raise your hand or do whatever. So our objective, you guys can all read, so I'll do a lot of stuff. We're going to define an action and the components of an action. We're going to deconstruct it, and then what to consider during the evaluation of how to come up with the action area. So what do we need to consider? Proposed action, and we'll get into what a proposed action is throughout the talk. But what we're looking at is what are its direct effects, what are its indirect effects, its interrelated and interdependent actions, and its cumulative effects. So questions to keep in mind the whole talk are who, what, when, where, why, how, for everything, for an action, for a stressor, for a receptor, for a habitat, for an animal, for anything you can think of. Those are the questions that you got to keep asking yourself the whole time through this process. So what we want to do is we want to deconstruct the action. Why do we want to deconstruct an action? Actions are complex, they're numerous, they're composed of smaller actions. So if we break it down to smaller actions and we analyze each action and the different kind of effects it has on the environment, it's simple. It's simpler. And what we can do is then we can put all that back together. So the whole point of deconstruction action is to break it down into smaller parts. And the reason we deconstruction action is to identify the smaller actions and then their consequences. And the consequences is what we call the stressors. So everybody looks like they're starting to nod already. I'm going to throw it back to you guys. What is a stressor? What would you think a stressor is, or a general definition of a stressor?
Noise.
Okay.
That's an example. Anything that disrupts the habitat or the species, protected species.
Good, good. Anything else to add to that? Something to change behavior? Right. So if you look at the textbook definition of stressor is any physical, chemical, or biological entity that can induce an adverse response. So if we have a stressor, what do we need? A receptor, right? Something has to receive the stress in order to have an effect. So if you have a stressor and a receptor, you have an effect. Could be a beneficial effect like someone mentioned earlier. Typically it's not. But what we want to do is figure out how severe that stressor is, how severe the effect is, to say, remember the how, what, when, where, why, and all that. Say an individual, a population, whether it's a local population, or how a population interacts with a larger population, say metapopulation, or what kind of stressors does that have on the habitat or the environment that may cause the species or the components of the habitat to have adverse effects. So that's what we're kind of getting at when we're saying we deconstruct the action to smaller actions and then we identify the stressors. And then another thing, back to that how, why, when, and everything, is what's the frequency, things to keep in mind. What's the intensity? Physical, chemical, or biological factors that are exposed. What, say, life stages of a species may be affected. The magnitude. How many individuals? How many populations? Is it a cascading effect? Does one thing induce another, stuff like that. Any questions? You guys all get that? All right. We're going to go to examples.
We will get into this more. Don't feel overwhelmed. But this presentation is about just breaking down a complex action into smaller, simpler parts that are amenable to effects analysis. And effects analysis is the last presentation today. So don't worry about figuring out the receptors and the responses quite yet, because we'll deal with that in time.
Yeah, like Jerry said, this is an overview. So this is just like the big picture thing to think of till you get to when you're really analyzing the effects and stuff. So what we're going to do first off, and you guys have a notebook with all the slides, we're going to look at an action, timber harvest, and we're going to look at different ways that timber harvest can occur. So the whole point of timber harvest is to get to commodity to market, right? But there's different ways to do it. So the first one, so what we're going to do is we're going to examine the action in these next couple slides. If we have a horse team and a long saw, what activities are associated with that action? We're breaking down that action. There's clearly horses that are going to go into the woods. What are they going to do when they get to the woods? They're going to drag timber out. But how do we get the timber out?
Drag it behind the horse.
Well, we got to cut it down first, right? How are we going to cut it down in this example? Right, so there'll be a couple guys out there sawing.
Going to saw one tree down at a time.
Unless there's 5 teams. And then they can take 5 trees down at a time. Right, okay, so we deconstructed that action for what was presented to us. So at some point we can look at what those activities, what stressors could be associated with those activities. then the next example. Okay? What's different about this than the first one?
Mechanical.
We have a chainsaw and skidder. So chainsaws, what are activities associated with chainsaws? Got noise, gas, lubricant, staging areas, repairing your equipment, tools. What about a skidder? The machinery. You got roads associated with it. You got trails, right? Probably a staging area where they're going to bring the commodity to before they truck it off. So what potentially changes between how we deconstruct the first activity and the second activity? Probably the magnitude, right? You can probably do a lot more aggressive. Might be a lot more stressors involved.
Definitely louder.
Louder. Okay, so now, what do we pick up by removing the skidder and bringing in the helicopter? Might have less roads, but what else what will we pick up then? A lot of noise, maybe some turbulence from the helicopter. Maybe when you're extracting those logs out, it might be a little different than just dragging them. Might affect birds. Magnitude could be different, could be the same, could be different. Might be less intrusive, it might be more isolated. It might not just be a continuous clear cut into something. It might be specialized harvest, a specialized timber, something like that. Okay, so this is so do you guys get it? We're kind of deconstruction in action, and we'll try to do a transportation project. Okay, and now we have a feller buncher and a chipper. So what do we pick up here? What added thing do we pick up here? Think about the chipper. Is that going to cause any added stressors? You're going to take your material back to a certain area where you got machinery running, and you're going to be processing the stuff. So you're going to have trucks coming, port roads, stuff like that. So you guys kind of get the general picture of how you can deconstruct an action. A little bit, yes, no. We have cookies after this. No, we don't. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Okay. So why do we deconstruction action again? We're kind of being repetitive. Makes it easier to what? One, you guys got this, you can read. Identify the different aspects of the action and the implications on the listed resource, the receptor. It assesses the effects of the complex actions on listed resources. Retrieves information on their effects, so it kind of teases out different things, gets you a way to think of things simpler, instead of thinking, oh, we're going to build a road and we got a road. Well, what goes into building the road and all the things? It goes on. Makes communication more effective between the service and action agency and the applicants about the actions. So what's that do? We're all on the same page. We're all communicating the same language. We're all trying to talk at the same level. Correct? Should help. Should speed your process. Maybe make your production schedule. Keep everything happy. Reduce the amount of debate for your selection of an action because the service, the action agency, and the applicants will be talking about the same thing. So that's pretty important, right? Keep things going. Keep your bosses happy. Get that road built. Okay, look at here. So this is pretty general. The transportation project. Different components of transportation. You got construction, maintenance, operations. Let's pick an example. We'll just go through it real briefly, and then we'll go back to the presentation. We'll probably come back to this. So do you guys want to build a new alignment, widen an existing road, build a new bridge, add capacity to a bridge, seaport, airport? What do you guys want to talk about? You guys do this.
New alignment.
Do what?
New alignment.
New alignment. Okay, so we're basically talking about construction, right? Okay, so let's start deconstructing the action. We want to build a new alignment. So what goes into construction? And we got a little flow chart to help you. You got to clear the right of way, right? So when you clear the right of way, you get into land clearing. What would be activities involved with that? Bringing in heavy equipment, staging areas, handling the material after you club and clear and grub. It's been a while since I've been in the construction business. Burning. So what would you go along with burning? Smoke management. If you need fill for embankment, borrow areas. We already talked about staging areas. What would you have? What are different activities you need a staging area for? One's up there, fuel storage, equipment storage, barricades, personnel when you get ready to go out and do your thing, stuff like that. Different machinery. See, so you can always deconstruct an action. You can break it down, and we can do that for each of it. Once the road's built, we can talk about maintenance. Say if it was a widening project, we'd have traffic, we'd have maintenance of traffic and current traffic, you know, things of that nature. So you guys kind of picking up on the gist of this? We'll come back to that slide for some other things. So now we're going to go to the proposed action. So have they talked about a proposed action at all?
No.
Okay. So very basically, it's an action that the federal agency proposed to carry out, authorize, and fund. So what we want to know is if you have a proposed action, and we're going to consult with you, is what would be the direct effects? So direct effects are those that occur at the same time as the proposed action. Pretty straightforward, right? They're concurrent with the activity that's going on. So for example, if you're building a new alignment and you go out to grub and clear and grub and clear. Either way. You're taking your skidder or your front loader or whatever, and you're removing the vegetation. So the direct effect would be habitat conversion, habitat loss, right? Would that be a direct effect? Okay. So then it goes to indirect effects. Indirect effects are effects that are caused by proposed action later in time but are still reasonably certain to occur. So we've already talked about some things. It could be indirect effects when we had that first example. What would be an indirect effect of when you go through and clear a new alignment and you remove vegetation and you take away that habitat? What's a potential indirect effect? I'll help you out. How about fragmentation? You had a continuous forest, now you have a forest, a road, and a forest, right? What else? Traffic noise. Someone talked about burning. What would be an indirect effect of burning? Smoke management. Smoking out of hospitals, smoking out of roadway.
Spread of invasive species.
Excuse me?
Spread of invasive species.
Of invasive species, introductions, right. Anything else? Go ahead, Bill.
Erosion from the clearing of the vegetation?
Erosion. It could occur at the time of the activity, or it could occur at a later date. If the slopes aren't stabilized, or if the technique didn't work, and you get blowouts and stuff like that. So you could have turbidity, you have water quality problems, you could have all kinds of stuff. Direct effects and indirect effects. Not important to distinguish between direct effects and indirect effects. It's important to be able to describe a reasonable connection between the action and any effect. Why is that? Because we want to know the stressors, right? Because ultimately we want to know what effect that's going to have on a resource. So we need to know the effects and what stressors those effects cause. Then we get into something that's not always as straightforward, interrelated and interdependent actions. So interrelated actions are those that are part of a larger action and depend on the larger action for their justification. Interdependent actions are those that have no independent utility apart from the action under consideration. So probably the easiest way is, let's look at this chart. We already said that direct effects would be clearing, right? If we have a new alignment and we're clearing the habitat, that's a direct effect. That's going to displace a animal or change a habitat or something like that. The indirect effects are something we talked about earlier. Could be smoke management, could be turbidity, could be erosion, runoff, stuff like that. What would borrow areas and land clearing, stuff like that? Would they be interdependent and interrelated?
Interrelated.
I mean, if you didn't have the action, they wouldn't be there, right? So that'd be an example from this slide that's related to the action. And the reason we're deconstructing that is because we want to know if those would cause stressors to a resource. So it's not just a direct or indirect, but the interrelated and interdependent. Once again, it's not that important to distinguish between interrelated and interdependent. It's important to be able to describe the reasonable connection between the actions and the effects. So you got to, if you guys connect the dots, we have to connect the dots to consult on that. So we have to say that it's causal, that these are caused by this action. Federal agencies may not have any ability to regulate these effects. So things like cumulative effects, maybe that might come into play where there's going to be things that are happening, but it's outside the action we're looking at. Anybody have any questions? Because now we're going to go on to like another topic. Yes. That's a tough one. Jerry's going to stand up and help you on that one.
Like interdependent would be the borough fifth staging area.
Yeah, the example that I've had the pleasure to work with recently are these long pipelines and that have no federal nexus except for they need a Corps permit for stream crossings. The Corps really doesn't want to do like the NEPA on this whole pipeline. And their jurisdiction really is limited to the wetland crossing. They don't control or regulate any other part of that pipeline. But the proponent is not going to build the pipeline just across the stream. The upland portions of the pipeline have no independent utility apart from stream crossings, which is the federal action, is to approve those crossings. That's interdependent. Interrelated is when the action that we're consulting on has some smaller components to it. I think the borrow areas are probably a good example in the transportation context because often those are managed by independent contractors, and one borrow area may serve more than one project, but you wouldn't have a borrow area if you weren't having a road project that needed it. So even though you, DOT, don't regulate the borrow area per se, you may have some requirements of contractors, like make sure you do everything right, but you don't control it. But it's part of the larger action of doing road projects. So that would be an example of interrelated.
I'm going to give you another scenario. It doesn't matter if interrelated or interdependent, just like it didn't matter if it's direct or indirect. Well, from the other side, how can you explain it, what's going on?
Yeah.
Do the effect analysis. Do not get caught up in the world of, I'm not quite sure if this is interrelated or interdependent. It doesn't matter.
It does not matter. These are actions that would not occur but for the action that is the federal action that we're consulting on. They have some link to this action.
But for the road. For the road.
But then as you're trying to define your action area, that you need to have consultation, you have to consider all those other things. And you might not, DOT might not know the answer to all those things, you know, at that exact moment.
And this is where we're going to probably ask you about a borrow area. You know, you don't know where the stuff is coming from that you're building this road with, because we would want to include that in the action area. 99 times out of 100, it doesn't matter that has been added to the action area. There are no listed species there. But strictly speaking, those interrelated, interdependent action areas are part of your action, because those effects wouldn't be happening without the road.
So I think sometimes we have challenges because we don't know how it's going to be constructed too. We can't dictate how everything's going to be constructed.
Yeah, this is a very awkward thing. Brian, how do you guys, what is Federal Highways policy on dealing with this?
Define this. What do you want? I mean, what part of the question do you want to answer?
I just say in order to coordinate, we try to minimize them and do avoidance, but we don't always know how it's going to be constructed. So I know sometimes that just gives discomfort to the agencies to give concurrence if they don't know.
So generally, we look back on past practices and say, generally, how would we construct it? And we give our best guess. There's two kind of methodologies out there. We may say, hey, we may construct it this way or this way. If the effects are the same, who cares, right? If they're different, you may say, hey, here's the kind of effects that may happen. This is kind of the worst case scenario. If you're going to keep that as an alternative, and you go along and say, this is kind of the worst case that might happen. We may fall back to this that has lesser effect. Now, sometimes it could occur in the other projects that has very different effects in construction happening, and that gets kind of tricky. And you have to start deciding how you're going to consult on that topic for service and decide, are we going to pick one method versus another? The service may have a very strong opinion saying, gosh, I don't want you to do this method over here, just do a mistake. So you may try to sway it and say, hey, this is the method we want because it's more avoidance and minimization associated with that. So we're making our best guesses of how we're going to do it, what those effects are. If there's a challenge from one to another, you say, are the effects really that different? If they're not, analyze them and say, we may do this or this, but the effects are basically the same. Or if one is a worst case scenario, but kind of on the same resources, we say, okay, we may do this. This is the worst case. We may fall back to something else. We're doing the best we can with the information available. Also, I mean, I know we work in the world of engineers. Sometimes you say, oh, what kind of bridge is this going to be? They say, well, I don't know. A lot of times the reality is they don't want to say what it exactly is, but you say, well, how many types of streams have we crossed like this before? Well, we've done hundreds of them, and they all look like this, except maybe one didn't. Well, probability is it's going to look the same. So you have to work with the people doing the designs and well enough to say, come on, give me your best guess. What do you think this is going to be? What would it typically look like? And from there, we're generally a little more conservative towards the species, meaning we're actually going to evaluate something that may have slightly more adverse effects than may come out from it.
I was just going to add we're speeding into it. You know, we as the permitters are trying to give our contractor the most flexibility in how to construct a job. That needs methods. And so you as the regulators are trying to pin us down to what the effects on that species or whatever it is. So we're
we're kind of competing against each other, but at the same time, though, if you don't permit one method of construction, the contractor's going to come back and say, I can't build it. You didn't permit one method, so I don't know how am I supposed to build this thing. And so when bridge is probably the best example. When temporary trestle, if the crane can't reach the middle, then you need to make sure you permit that temporary trestle, and that needs to go into your application for the effects determination. And then, of course, that brings us, what about the bridge demolition? Are you going to do blasting? That's a big one, too. No, we're not doing any blasting. That usually is written right into the aerial permit. So those are the big ones that usually come up. But, so we're always kind of dancing that fine line of, making what we're permitting as broad as possible to give our contractor the most flexibility, but still permitting at least one method. And then in the long run, if the contractor chooses to do a different method, he can always go back and modify those permits. Well, not the permit fee, just the time.
I will come back at you and say, well, we need to know as much as we can about this action so we can determine what the effects will be. So please tell us exactly what you think to do. Right.
So some points in kind of the art of crafting a project description, you pointed out that we may say, hey, there's some methodology that's excluded from this. We're not going to do blasting. So that takes away a whole range of potential effects. So we're starting to narrow it down what it would be. Saying, okay, we may use A or B, but those have kind of similar effects, and here's how we're going to analyze it. We also may say there's going to be limitations. We're not going to go farther than this. So there's limitations on the project. So we're going to use kind of that exclusionary thing to push out some potential effects. We're going to add maybe potential limitations of how far or how big or how large is something we're going to do. So that also limits the types of effects we're going to have. We're going to probably put in BMDs. And this is our standard practices we use for sedimentation erosion control, which also help winnow down, bring down the potential effects on the project. We also may say, here's a range. We don't know exactly how many piers are going to be in the water, but it's going to be between this and this, and they're going to be between this size and this size. And when we do that, then we're going to say, hey, kind of what's the worst case scenario out of that range? So we don't know exactly how many. But the service says, I need to know exactly how many. So we're going to give you a range, right? We're going to give you a range, and we're going to evaluate kind of that worst case scenario. When I say worst case scenario, I don't mean, atomic bomb's going to come in and blow everything up. What I'm saying is basically, this is kind of how we're going to do business, and this will be the worst case.
A bridge replacement where we're more sand in the water, and then when the contractor comes through, he did a cost savings initiative where he made the sand longer so we had less miles of water. So it was an improvement to everything, and we modified the permit and the biological opinion to that.
Yeah, so keep in mind, this isn't the effects analysis. This is just a lesson in describing effects. And then at some point, you're going to have to say what effects your project's going to have, so John and Mary and the other folks can concur or not concur with may affect, not likely adverse effect, or whatever the determination is. So right now, we're just trying to, the lesson is just a deconstruction axis. We're just trying to get you to brainstorm. So it may be beneficial if you don't know what kind of bridge you're going to build, is you put, if we do this type of bridge and we're going to have temporary trusses, we're going to divert traffic, these would be the effects. If we're going to span the waterway, this would be the effects. So you could have several different scenarios of effects, and then they can concur on the different levels of different effects. So if you have one bridge where you're not going to do any in-water work, you're not going to be in the floodplain, you're going to span the entire water body, you won't have to address effects in the water unless maybe there's an indirect effect of shading or seagrass or spawning or something like that. You kind of get that? So what we're just trying to do is we're just trying to take an action. The whole point of that timber harvest, there's a lot of different ways to harvest timber. So we were looking at kind of a scenario you said with bridges of different effects by different activities to come to your action, whether it's a road or a timber harvest or something like that. Does that help make things clear? But this isn't effects analysis. You guys are going to cover that probably tomorrow, the next day.
A little bit today.
A little bit today. All right, I'm prepping you guys. It's going to be great. Come on. Okay, so any more questions before we go into action area? Because we're going to take the same approach here. We're going to look at a few examples. We're going to go through some definitions, look at a few examples, and then we're going to try to define an action area. And we have an example that's not floor specific, but it applies. Seasons are different. We can also take it back to a bridge or an airport or seaport. Action area. And I think this was already said earlier. All areas to be affected directly or indirectly by the proposed action and not merely the immediate area involved in the action. I think Mr. Rublik stated that earlier, verbatim. Good job, John. All those years. Okay, so different components to how we're going to define this action area is we want to follow the actions, physical, chemical, biotic stressors across the land, air, water over time, include the direct and indirect pathways. So that gets back to when we talked about stressors. So we have an action and we have stressors from the actions. Identify the spatial temporal distribution of the stressors. So that's where they occur, how they occur. The distribution defines the action. So this next slide's pretty good. Oh, it's going to come up in series. Identify the environmental stressors. For each constituent part of the action, identify what are the specific stressors associated with the action, so physical, chemical, biotic. Identify where they occur, how they may occur, or when they may occur, excuse me, their duration, frequency of occurrence, the intensity of the stressors. Before let's go back to that. Does everybody understand, like, frequency, how often it's going to happen, duration, will it happen in the beginning of the project, throughout the project, after the project, intensity? Intensity might be like the timber harvest. You know, where you got a helicopter that comes in at certain times and there's a real intense effect, but then it goes away. Or a skidder that's operating during daylight hours, and you're running a bunch of skidders, and then there's no. So that's what we're getting at in intensity and stuff like that. Okay. So now here's our example. This is what we're going to work with today, and I think what we're going to try to do, the object of this lesson is to define the action area. Is that right, Jerry?
You're in charge.
And you heard it correctly. Okay. So I'll just describe how I interpret this. We have Elbow Creek, and we have that's the water feature. It's obviously got some tributaries and everything. We've got I don't know if this is a proposed HOV trail in the ford. What's a ford? Crossing. Kind of fancy term, isn't it? Let's go Alderman's Ford crossing. Okay. So we've got the road, we've got the bridge, we've got apparently organisms in the stream, we got a turbidity monitor. Okay, without looking at your slides in your books, what do you think some of the stressors could be from HOV presence? You speak up.
Humidity, sedimentation.
Good. Noise.
Garbage.
Good.
Oils, greases, fuels downstream from the crossing.
Perfect.
Dog.
What was that?
Dog. Bring in dogs.
Dogs, okay. What about potential collisions with resources? Maybe a tree or a squirrel or a bird or a bear, alligator, snake. So those would be stressors from the actions, right? Are those direct, indirect, interrelated, interdependent, or all? Very good. You guys are listening for this being an after lunch session. So there you go. They're down in the stream beds. They're rutting the roads. So we've got turbidity, we got potential erosion, we got some noise, we got maybe some violence. The guy looks like he's ready to throw something or break something or throw his helmet. So the things you guys rattled off were all right. You have the presence of the vehicles, you have the noise from the vehicles, oil and gas from the vehicles, debris from the people and the activities, turbidity from the indirect effects that the vehicle came through, rutted it up, it rained later on that day, it's having sheet flow, now it channelized the flow, built up, blew out, and there goes your slope. I don't know why turbidity came up, but I guess that's supposed to be, oh, that leads into our next slide. So we're going to talk about turbidity as a stressor. Identify where stressors may occur. Looks like the X is one, right? That's a stream crossing, and then the fjord, and then it's going to affect the downstream. I'm assuming that the fish. They're saying that there's fish in the river in Quirk Creek, and Howard Creek. So your stressors, increased turbidity expected at Ford site and downstream, up of the pass, the confluence with Quirk Creek. When do the stressors occur?
When they're there.
When they're out there. Yeah, this was kind of dated. This must be somewhere where they ride in the summers versus like if there was snow cover or something like that. It's kind of opposite in Florida. Most HOV stuff is during the winter, not the summer. Okay. Any questions? We're almost done, and I think we're way ahead of schedule, way under budget. Early break coming at you. No cookies. Okay. Court case of an action area. Plaintiffs argue that...
Do I need to read all this?
Or would somebody like to read it for me? I'll read it. Plaintiffs argue that Forest Service was arbitrary and capricious in delineating the action area by failing to follow all the effects. Okay, what we're going to do on this is we're going to try to figure out what effect is this a direct, indirect, or is it interdependent, interrelated, or does it matter? Important grizzly bear activity centered within a proposed timber sale, and the area to which bears would likely be displaced affects that of the displacement were left out of the BA. So they didn't consider all the effects, right? Apparently they didn't consider all direct effects, indirect effects, or interdependent, interrelated, cumulative effects. Timber harvest would push bears into domestic sheep grazing entitlement, where depredation of sheep by the grizzlies would be expected, and thus, remove live or dead, the bears would be the likely outcome. So we're going to have take on bears. So we didn't consider, the Forest Service did not consider take on bears. And the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found in favor of Native Ecosystem Council and joined the Forest Service from building roads and conducted the sale units. I guess enjoined is a legal term. Is that like a stay or something? Or stop them. Why didn't they just use the word stop? It's like the word forward. Hello. Hello. Talking third grade language. So what did they fail to, what effect did they fail to consider? The bears were displaced, and then the bears were going to be in the sheep, and so the sheep guy didn't like depredation on the sheep. Sheep guy took action. So it doesn't really matter. So it gets back to that first slide. It doesn't matter if they're direct, indirect, interdependent, interrelated. You just got to consider them all. And then all this stuff will go into your effects analysis. And then when you break it down and you say, okay, we don't know. We know we want a bridge. we don't know yet, because of the design build, how the bridge is going to be built. We kind of have an idea it's going to be so many lanes and so long. We don't know how many supports or structure pilings are going to be in the water. But you can still deconstruct your activity and say, typically, Federal Highway approves these AASHTO spans, and we have to have so many supports per linear feet. And for something this wide, we need this big. And we might do drilled shafts, we might pile drive. So if you just tease out all those effects and put those in your BA, then the big council in the back row, they can concur or not concur quicker. Right? What do you guys, is there anything specific any way you guys like to see, as the gentleman brought up? We don't know what kind of bridge, but it could be a variety of bridges. Do you like all scenarios laid out and say, we're most likely to do this, but it could be this, and if this is the activity, this would be the stressors, and this would be the effects, or how do you like that these days, John? I've been out of regulatory for a number of years now.
I like the alternatives. I like to see what they're finally proposing to do.
We want agency cooperation, John. Come on. We're here to help. We're here for them today, remember? We're here for them. Any questions? Come on, this is an important one. There's no questions on any of this stuff? Oh, we never defined the action area. We were having so much fun. What would be the action area? If you were, say, let's say we're going to, let's pretend that this road is not in right now, and that's going to be the new proposed road that the Forest Service is going to cut in, and they're going to say, okay, you guys are allowed to be on off-road vehicles here, but you got to stay on the trail. And this is our proposed action. They're going to do you're going to do BA. What is going to be your action area? Would it be the direct footprint of the road? Maybe part of it. Downstream, so the crossings. We got the crossings. Downstream. What about if the creeks are down here and tributaries going that way? There might be a slope, right? So, are we just going to say the trail and the creek? Are we going to say the trail, the creek, and the land in between?
And noise around.
Noise around, so we got to buffer it even more. Because what would we be looking at for noise?
Depends how intense the use is, but
It's going to be a stressor on what?
animal behavior.
An animal behavior. And so what will we look at for animal behavior as we deconstruct that?
Nesting.
Its life stage. Is it nesting? Is it foraging? Is it roosting? Is it sheltering? Is it a go for towards burrow that somebody's going to get a little squirrely and leave the trail because something's coming at them and they run over it? Something to think about, right? So what would be your action area? The whole area, right?
Limits of the noise at least, plus all the other impacts or potential effects you were talking about.
What about the parking lot? What about
Trash.
the parking lot from where you park to how you get to the trail?
Where's my water fountain?
Water fountain, restrooms, other facilities, right? So that should all be part of your action area. That should all be part of your proposed action, right? So it's not just looking down at the road and the one stormwater pond and the Bahia sod. Questions? There's no cookies, so I mean, they're going to start you in the next session if you don't chirp up.
I will make a comment on the little grizzly bear thing there, where the Forest Service didn't consider, the bears might go off of forest lands and into this sheep area. where sheep ranchers are, you're allowed to protect your livestock. It's not, prohibited. I think there's some special rules for grizzly bears that allow people to do what they need to do. And they didn't consider that, but did it stop the timber sale?
Yeah.
We don't know. There's not enough information here. What the court says was, they're right, you didn't comply, you needed to consider these effects, go back, do it over. Do the consultation again, considering those effects, and it still might have gone ahead. But that's the net effect of most lawsuits, alleging failure to comply with the ESA is a do-over. The judge tells you to do it over. The project may still go ahead. There may be some changes to deal with those effects that weren't considered before. But it doesn't necessarily, kill the project. But it might put you over budget and certainly off schedule. So it's important to get it right the first time. One, because it's the right thing to do, and two, because there's usually a better conservation outcome when you do it right the first time. And three, you get your job done too when you need to.
Question. So looking into the future on, an indirect effect in the future, let's say like a highway bypass around a town. You think of the secondary development that could happen as a result of that, providing ingress or access to an area. You can have, Home Depots and Walmarts and things like that pop up along the bypass. How do we deal with effects that may or may not happen in the future as a result of a project?
That gets into a realm of cumulative effects, which we haven't talked about in detail yet. Is that? That's not in yours.
Indirect, it's reasonably certain to occur.
Yeah.
So it's not something that could occur. It's far off. It may have, may not, but more like a better example would be erosion. You didn't stabilize your slopes. You built this road. You didn't stabilize your slopes. Did during the dry season. Nothing happened during when the action was happening, but then you had the wet season come, and your slopes blew out, and it got into streams and caused turbidity and caused the mussels to go away.
Yeah, those are indirect effects, but these would be, he's talking about...
he's talking more about cumulative, which is a very difficult thing because we can say you're putting a new... A resource agency could say, this new alignment is going to cause growth. There's going to be associated growth because you're providing access to this area that's not there now. And the action agency is going to turn around and say, well, that's out of our control. We're responding to traffic, and we're taking traffic from point A to point B, so that's independent of our action. Even though it can be a cumulative effect, it's going to have to be a consultation on another action.
I used to work for Georgia DOT many moons ago, and I can think of instances where the growth was reasonably certain to occur.
Sure.
Part of the need,
That's part of the justification for the road.
And I think we could include those as indirect effects of the new access provided by the new roadway, and we can account for that in our action when we do that. But a lot of those, when those projects go in, they're going to be consulted on. But we still have to address them in our analysis.
To a point, because think about if you have a limited access highway, DOT could come back and say, okay, at our interchanges, we can account for new access. But a road can come off that arterial and go down and fill in all that other stuff that DOT had no control of.
I think it comes down to, is it reasonably certain to occur? Can you make that?
In a reasonable time frame, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say...
We can address them in our analysis of biological.
But, I mean, John can't reach out and say, well, you put this road in, and in 50 years, we know it's all going to be filled in. That's...
Get compensation like we after that, I can't say, well, this is all going to go, so you DOT, you have to provide.
Right, right,
I can't do that.
right.
I need to analyze that in my analysis of that project 6 Jeff. Decide. That's the way I think.
And how do you do it, Mary? Same as John? Consistency among offices? Great. Okay, so did we accomplish our goals? Can you better assess now? No? Yes? Was this a waste of me coming over here? Was this a waste? Did we answer any questions? Is it worth you not writing a BA right now being here? No more questions? You want to go on, Jerry, what do you want to do? The next talk, or you want to give them a break? Or we're way ahead, I think. I wasn't supposed to start till 1:20.
We're doing great. We are on our schedule. We're at where we should be at 2:20 p.m. and it is 1:35. So we're cruising. So we have a break scheduled now. We could take that now or just go right into the next session, which will take about an hour because it's a long one. We're going to take a break now as scheduled.
I have a suggestion. This gentleman wants to do some karaoke real quick.
You first.
Did.
Fresh water. So, it gets fixed, but once you go there, it gets harder.
You're right.
So start
Okay, little trivia quiz here. Who can name these endangered species? Fish and Wildlife Service people not allowed to raise your hand. No one's volunteering. I'm going to be consulting on these guys. These are your most frequently consulted upon species, well, or at least representatives thereof. All right, indigo, snake, and wood storks. And then what are these guys? I actually don't know. I think they might be loggerheads. But that's that picture I told you about earlier, the fat three-ridge mussel, Emblema meisleri. And I still have that pencil. You guys are in for a treat. This is not a session you get at our National Conservation Training Center section training course. We customized this training for you, Florida DOT. So one thing we want to go through is, the kinds of things that you guys are probably going to be hearing from our folks. What are the conservation measures that we can build into roads projects? And we'll define what those are. We'll talk about some of the species. And so I hope there's a lot of questions on this session because this is your bread and butter. This is not just abstract, everybody in the country does consultation. This is your consultations, Florida species, and in particular transportation projects. So let us begin. These are the, if you go onto that IPAC site, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service information for planning and conservation. It's where you can go, is one of the places you can get a species list, but you can run a report. You get a report back on whatever area you ask for. It can be a county, it can be the whole state, it can be a little polygon you draw on a map. This is my project area. In this case, this one I ran like just a couple weeks ago. This is the statewide report. And I summarized what came back in that report. There's a total of, I'm going to have to look at these numbers, 141 species that come back to you in an IPAC report for the state of Florida. And they are, as classified here, by group, amphibians, birds. And then those little letters on the top are the status acronyms we usually use. E is endangered, T is threatened, C is candidate. That we say that listing is warranted, but we haven't gotten around to it yet. PE is proposed endangered. Right now we have 3 flowering plants that are proposed as endangered. So there's a proposed rule out there to put them on the list. It's not, as of 2 weeks ago, they weren't yet finalized. And sometimes we do withdraw listing proposals. We get feedback that says it's really not warranted, and oh yeah, you're right. But usually they go through once they're proposed. We have 1 flowering plant that's proposed threatened. We have EPNE. Does anyone know what that is? Non-fish and wildlife people. There's a special designation under 10J of the Act, Section 10J, experimental non-essential population. And we have 1 bird that fits that category in Florida, which is the whooping crane. We have an experimental flock of whooping cranes. Well, actually 2 different groups, a non-migratory group and then a migratory group. They have, they're protected under the Act with the prohibitions under Section 9. But in consultation, they're a different beast. If they're on federal lands, we treat them as if they're a threatened species. But for most other actions, there's not a whole lot to do in Section 7. That's why they're considered, that's why they were designated non-essential, so that you wouldn't have to go through consultation hassles with them. And we have 2, SA. Who knows what that one means? SA.
Oh, yeah.
Similarity of appearance. These are species that likewise are like the experimental guys. They're protected by the prohibition. You can't take them, but they're not endangered or threatened. They look like another species that is endangered or threatened. And so they don't want people, saying, "Oh, I didn't know I was taking the wrong one." So they're protected because they look like an endangered species. And that would be, in our case, the alligator, which looks like the American crocodile, which is endangered, and 1 mammal, who knows what the mammal is that's protected by similarity of appearance? It's the cougar, the mountain lion that looks like the Florida panther, because we have some non-Florida panthers in the state. So you can take them, but we don't do a consultation on effects to a non-panther, Florida panther, cougar thing. So, but altogether, there are 141 of these critters, plants, animals that have some degree of protection under the Endangered Species Act in Florida. 141. Of those, 90 are endangered, 37 are threatened, and so on. Now, what do we consult on transportation projects? Oh, I forgot about critical habitat. We designate critical habitat, not always, but we're supposed to when we consider a species for listing. sometimes we find that it's not determinable, or it's not, inadvisable to designate critical habitat. It was just let all the people know where to go and get them. So we don't do that, but we have a total of 33 designated critical habitats in the state, and it's, for species under those groups listed there. And right now there's 4 proposed critical habitats, and I think they correspond, well, 2 of them correspond to those proposed plants for listing, and one for an insect, I think it's I can't remember, and one proposed critical habitat for a reptile. I can't remember what those are. You guys know what's out for proposal right now?
American crocodile. Critical habitat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
Crocodile, and I think the 2 plants are the 2 that are proposed as endangered. So, but anyway, these are entities to consider in Section 7 consultation, in addition to the species, and the species may not necessarily occupy these areas, and I think in most cases they do. So you would be consulting on effects to the species as well, but it's a separate exercise, and we have to make a separate determination under the Act for effects of critical habitat. It's two different compliance steps that are required. It's not like, oh, we're okay with the species, so we must be okay for the habitat. No, you have to look at it independently. There's a lot of overlap, obviously. So I did a little report in TAILS. TAILS is our tracking and logging information. I forget what it stands for. Anyway, it's where we do our bean counting in ecological services. And so every time we do a consultation with somebody, we put it in this system, and Federal Highways Administration actually paid for a little report in this system that they can access. The folks at the state division offices and elsewhere can run the so-called the Transportation Project report and enter whatever parameters they were interested in, the time frame, the area, whatever. And I entered, for the past 2 years, I said, let's just say Transportation Project in Florida, past 2 years, and this is what was logged. We have worked on 72 different consultations on transportation projects in the past 2 years. And they're distributed by the field offices, as you see there. And of those 141 species that we have covered under the Endangered Species Act, these 72 consultations addressed only 48 of them. So transportation projects don't affect everything. They affect something. And we'll take a little closer look at that in a second. So that to me was instructive, just to see, well, what are we doing? Now, those 48 species, one consultation on a project may address one species at minimum, one critical habitat at minimum, or a number of them, depending on where the project is and what it may affect. The average is that we address about 3 to 4 species per consultation on a transportation project, and those 48 species get divvied up in those 72 projects in this breakdown you see here. We had a total of like, how can I maybe I can do the pointer thing here. Like, no. Which one does the pointer thingy? Is it the middle? Not working. We must have turned this. Oh my gosh. I'm going to forget about that. Amphibians. There were a total of 9 different projects. Well, it's kind of hard to say because I've grouped these things into classes, but mostly we do our consultations on the reptiles and the birds. I mean, look at the totals over here. You know, you take those 72 projects, you know, an average of 4 species per project. Which species show up the most? The birds, the reptiles, and let's see, the clams, you know, or AKA mussels, and the mammals. So not so much the fishes or the amphibians. Okay, now this, you might need to look in your notebooks to read some of this, the fine print, but this is a breakdown by individual species for the formals, the informal consultations, and the total, and it's sorted in descending order. What do we consult with most in Florida on transportation projects? The wood stork. It appears in 2/3 of the consultations. So it's the percentage there is the percent of the projects, the 72 projects. The next is the indigo snake, almost as much, 63%. Coming in at number 3, collectively the how many? 13. 14 freshwater mussels. Each mussel has probably appeared in only, you know, 1, 2, or 3 projects, but if you look at them all together, because as a group, they show up a lot. Sea turtles also show up a lot. There's 5 sea turtles. Gopher tortoise is listed in our thing as a species we've consulted with you on, but strictly speaking, you don't have to consult with us. I mean, it's not a listed species; it's a candidate. So it's good that we're dealing with it. But I just a little footnote there that gopher tortoise is not protected under the Endangered Species Act. So I think this is great that we're dealing with gopher tortoise. Manatees, Florida scrub jay, and so on. And I sort of stopped the list when you have a species that have that were addressed in fewer than 3 projects. So, but the list goes on. You know, there's 48 species names in this list. These are sort of the top of the list. So I thought we should probably talk to you guys about the species, the conservation measures that you will deal with most often based on the last 2 years of project work. And, well, what are conservation measures? They are part of your proposed action. The action you say, Fish and Wildlife Service, we've determined, you know, we're going to have an effect on a listed species or a designated critical habitat. Here's what we're doing for you to get back to us for Section 7 purposes. Well, conservation measures are all those things that you say are part of what you're doing that, A, promote the recovery of that listed species, or B, avoid, minimize, and compensate for the action's impacts. And this may include things that you've done before you sent us that request for consultation, because you want that included as part of this action. If it's something you've already told us about, there's really no need to do that or purpose to it. But if it's something that you did sort of as a heads up, you know we got this project coming down the road, we're going to do some stuff in advance, that will benefit the species, we certainly want to know about it. And so you don't have to do these things after the fact. Beneficial actions done before an action is taken that you want figured into your Section 7 consultation are really good with us to do. So now we'll start with each species. These are the things I asked each of the liaisons in the field offices to basically get in a spreadsheet, type in the species and the sort of the standard thing that we are telling DOT that we would like to see happen, and then we just kept a running list of these things, and so we're now going to talk about those. I've sort of put them roughly in order of their frequency in your consultations, wood stork being the most frequent. And Lourdes is going to talk to you about these measures.
I could ignore that those offices list over there. But in North Florida, we do those things too.
Oh, okay.
And some of them, we might not have identified them.
Okay, better?
And if you need to.
Okay, so we all ask for wood source that you follow the guidance created for the course, the 2008 effects determination sheet to arrive to a not likely or a likely determination. From there, we request that avoid direct and indirect hydrological impacts to nesting colonies. And some of these things are, you can read in certain documents that are in our website, so they're not just randomly looking up with them. To compensate for wetland insects of larger than half an acre within the core foraging areas for the wood stork to offset that habitat loss. Within the 18.6 mile core foraging area to compensate for all impacts to suitable foraging habitats. And in that part, sometimes when we talk to the different biologists, I'm kind of new to Florida, so I always go next door to my expert on wood storks. And we sometimes can come up, or you can come up with certain ideas to minimize those impacts. And some of the things that we may recommend for wood storks, for example, is to create, restore, and or manage wetlands or ponds or wood stork foraging habitat within your already planned ponds, so that if you can create the ponds in a manner where you can have herbaceous swales or the wetland has some herbaceous properties to it, that it is attractive to the wood stork. And when I say attractive to the wood stork, we would probably recommend too that you plant a vegetative buffer so that they're not actually flying into the traffic. So things like that. And in addition, if you're going to create ponds that you're going to tell us these will be beneficial to the wood stork, that you somehow maintain connectivity for those ponds so that they have a food source and a habitat component, not just one. And if you do things like these, we can work as far as counting them as minimization and conservation measures for the wood stork.
I have a question real quick. If we do those things within our project area and then we come back later and modify a pond or something, then we're going to have to reopen in the consultation with you guys. Throwing that out there.
In South Florida, we have do it a little differently. We try to replace the foraging habitat as well, but we have a functional assessment that looks at foraging habitat and determines how much foraging biomass is created by the habitat. And the idea is to offset the habitat and the biomass. So for projects greater greater than 5 acres impact. And I'm getting to your question. I see you back there.
You know,
I was just going to finish. For projects that are greater than 5 acres of impacts to wood storage foraging habitat, which are essentially wetlands, we ask the applicant, the action agency, to complete this functional assessment and to offset those wetlands or foraging biomass loss appropriately. And the assessment, the foraging assessment, is based on hydro period. That's one of the big factors in the assessment. So basically, it's low hydro period wetlands, which are inundated less than 180 days, and high hydro period wetlands, or long hydro period wetlands. Short, it's not low and high, it's short and long. A lot of people are shaking their head because they know what I'm talking about. So that's a little bit of the difference in the two offices. And the other thing we look at is we look at as impacts to swales. I think you mentioned that, you look at it too, as impacts to wood storage foraging habitat, because you often see wood storage in those stormwater treatment swales. They're always there. For those impacts, we like to see those mitigated for, compensated for, but we don't insist that you go to a wetlands mitigation bank to compensate them for them. If the project builds new swales, then that we consider that proper compensation. You had a question. What was it?
I've got lots of questions.
I know you do.
We got a tough one here. So why is there inconsistency between the different field offices of service? Why is it all the same? It's the same bird. Why is there different?
Because that's a little above my level. I just know that our office does things one way, the executive office does things another way, but we are working together with our state field supervisor, who supervises all three offices, Panama City, Jacksonville, and Vero Beach, to be more consistent with our policies. So hopefully that may change. It should change in the future. But right now, we still have some minor differences, and that's one of them.
John, one thing about the rules was, and why we didn't come together, was South Florida's area had more short hydro periods.
Right.
And so that's why they wanted to regulate that more. And the birds were kind of in the bush and horse groups out there and all that, and they were trying to the north. So the North Florida office didn't regulate as strictly as the South Florida office back in the day when all that came about. Because originally both offices did 18.64 foraging, and then it's kind of been modified, and then that's when South Florida said we want, it's not a HEA, what do you guys call it? The foraging analysis, we look at biomass?
We call it the wood storage foraging habitat.
And I think some of that came from all the lawsuits that South Florida was getting and North Florida wasn't. You know, their office being sued a lot more on wood storage impact and development.
But you got to remember, in most cases, you guys are compensating or mitigating for your wetlands impact. So usually it's not a big deal because you're already doing it. In some cases, you might have to do a little extra. If there are wetlands that the Corps doesn't consider jurisdictional, we may consider that wood storage foraging habitat and say, hey, I think you guys need to, would you mind compensating for that? And yeah, so that, sometimes it can be more than you would normally do, but normally it's what you would have to do anyway.
All right, two more questions.
You said that the 5 acres was the threshold to provide the calculations for the wood storage biomass. So I thought it was, according to the key, I thought it was anything over a half acre, you basically have to provide compensation, and then if you're...
I thought that had to do, or maybe that's what it says in the key.
That's what I'm asking.
Compensation, okay, it's compensation.
Yeah.
You still provide compensation to offset if it's less than 5 acres.
But you don't have to do the functional assessment. That's all that means.
So you can just provide...
So yeah, if you just yeah, and we don't look at the functional assessment to see if if you're hitting so many kilograms of wood storage biomass, you're providing for short hydro period wetlands, you're providing the same amount as your compensation. Well, we don't look at that for less than 5 acres of impacts. We do if it's greater than 5 acres.
One more question.
Can you go back one slide? The I guess what is it? The third bullet there. Herbaceous wetlands / ponds. So basically, if we create a stormwater pond, it's been that you're not giving us credit for those stormwater ponds. Could you clarify that?
What does Jackson know off this week?
It doesn't mean that I'm going to give you credit for creating the pond. It means that if you're going to maintain that pond so that functionally it can be a core foraging habitat, then it would be considered within the calculations for your rehabilitation and mitigation of impact.
So you are getting credit.
It's not a credit, it's a consideration, because if you're going to create a pond and I'm going to go out there and all I see is a deep pond, that it doesn't have a drawdown, it's going to take time while it draws down, it's not going to be functional at all for the wood source, then I'm just going to go out there and say, that doesn't count. So it's a consideration for on-site minimization.
Follow-up question for John.
Okay.
Stormwater ponds, you're
No help for John.
I wouldn't consider those. Yeah, right. I wouldn't consider those appropriate foraging habitat because those areas, like Loris was saying, do not cause the prey to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Concentrated, exactly. Right. If they, yeah, that's true. If you create, no, for your question, no. But the idea is most of your stormwater ponds, if you did that to the extent we needed, then it wouldn't be functional for your stormwater storage. And another interesting thing, District 4 has funded a study to look at the use of stormwater ponds and those other things. So we're going to get some information from them.
What about floodplain compensation ponds that are normally could be dry or slightly wet or very shallow? You meet the shallow criteria. Those?
Normally, no. I would say no. But the idea, at least from my perspective, is to try to offset the losses with the highest quality habitat possible, and that's the reason we do that.
And this would be for compensating for impacts to ditches and understood wetlands, because we know that wetlands have to be mitigated at a bank.
Wetlands don't have to be mitigated at a bank,
For
necessarily.
historic impacts, that's what you just said 2 minutes ago.
No, I didn't say that.
So for historic impacts to ditches that are to wetlands.
Oh, you mean impact to ditches? No, I just...
Wetlands, the wetlands.
Yeah, yeah.
For impacts to wetlands, those have to be mitigated at a bank. They can't be mitigated on site by creating a ditch.
No, I said you can do that. Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, you can do it. You're okay.
Right. I'm just saying.
You're talking about the swales. So if you're taking out swales and you're creating new ones, that's fine.
That's fine, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So what if you have a wetland that you're impacting and then you should replace it with a ditch?
No, that's not fine. That's what he wants, but he's not going to get it.
I know the answer. I'm just confirming the answer.
All right. Back to slide. There are shrubby and densely forested wetlands, and I've never seen a wood source in them because they have no open water, no real access.
That's a good question.
And it doesn't say forested.
No, it doesn't say forested. It says what we consider. Well, it should say what we consider potential foraging habitat for the wood stork. It doesn't say the most optimal. So the issue there is, yeah, you're right. It's forested. Maybe wood storks won't use that area very often, but it's potential habitat. It's low quality habitat, but it's potential habitat, and that's why we still consider it. We have a broad interpretation of what foraging habitat is, and a lot of people see that.
There's no way that they're going to put super quick and pepper thicket.
And not necessarily. In South Florida, there's a lot of areas that have melaleuca, but there's still openings in those areas. They provide some value. So that's why we look.
We're impacting all of had that question. And what about studies? They're thicket.
And I think that what my counterpart in recovery said was that they use them not as frequent as they use more open habitat, and they don't know to what extent, because
it's so dense that they're not observed there as frequently as they are in other areas. But they do use them. I think one of the last projects that they were talking about included a semi-forested area where they were allowing excess water from the pond sort of go into it. And I think somebody else talked to me about a similar case where it was flooding the area and they were considering foraging in the foraging habitat area. I don't know to how much density. I'm assuming that if you have a full Brazilian pepper area, they're not going to go in there. Right.
Well, reduced foraging suitability on significantly. The problem is, like, you have suitability. Whichever one's not exotic, usually have this can't produce because it's not considered exotic.
We're mitigating.
Yeah, but as I tried to explain earlier, the bottom line is you're probably going to be mitigating for those anyway because of your wetlands impacts. In the most cases, you are, as far as the projects I deal with. Usually, that's not an extra addition of credits or wetlands you have to provide, and not in our area anyway.
Just with extended questions here, it almost sounds like there's a lot of maybe some guesswork. And earlier we asked a question about, at what point does the guidance need to have administrative directors behind it to support all the science, and will the new study district board maybe help inform that science so we can better answer these questions to have more of a consistent answer?
Well, that's a good question.
I mean, if there's a scientific study, will that help?
We use the information we have available.
Okay.
As I said before. In my case, when I see wood source and I have a question, I mostly go to the science that the recovery team. So any science that the recovery team can provide, we either support one answer or the other. That's what I'm going to do.
We're all counting on David and his study.
Okay, do we want to move on? Because we'll be on this all day. How do I? Okay, the next conservation measure we're going to talk about is for the eastern indigo snake, a large snake that occurs in most of Florida. How many people up here have actually seen an indigo snake in the wild? Cool. Okay. They're hard to find. They're hard to see. One of the threats to the eastern indigo snake from DOT projects or other construction projects is the potential injury or mortality of the snake from the construction activity. So the service has developed protection measures that can be done at the construction site to minimize the potential for take or injury, mortality resulting to the species. Okay, and we call those our standard protection measures. And again, this involves educating the project personnel about the eastern indigo snake and what to do if the species is detected either alive or dead at the project site. The adoption of our measures can support our concurrence to your determination for your project that the indigo snake is not likely to be adversely affected, but not necessarily. If we have information that indigo snakes are located on the property, or we have a record of an indigo snake near or on the property, then we will probably consider that as enough information to find that your project will result in an adverse effect to the indigo snake. We're going to ask for formal consultation with respect to that. The problem with indigo snakes is we don't have a good survey method for them. It's hard to find them. It's hard to find them when you're looking for them. It's hard to find them when you're not looking for them. They spend a lot of time underground. They have large home ranges. You just don't see them that often. They can be there. It's the same thing with most snake species. They are very cryptic. They stay underground a lot. They don't eat that often, so they're spending most of their time underground just doing nothing. So it's hard to detect them. And we don't have a good survey method to do that. We're looking at some methods, potentially the use of dogs to find indigo snakes, but we don't have a good method to detect them. All right, so what are the protection measures for the construction personnel? Well, and we'll talk about that. If within 30 days before land clearing, the activity begins, the construction person, the contractor should contact us and provide an email to us, providing certification or notice to the service that they intend to use our indigo snake protection measures. Okay, they can develop their own protection measures, but if they want to do that, they have to let us know, and we have to approve those protection measures. So, what do our protection measures consist of? How do you explain? Oh, okay. So the first thing you want to do, or the contractor wants to do, is place informational posters in the construction office and other conspicuous places around the project site. The posters would include photos and descriptions of the snake, notification of its protected status, and the penalties, the criminal penalties involved if you kill or injure an indigo snake, and also notification that also only authorized persons may handle an indigo snake. So that's one way we educate the project personnel. Another is to distribute a educational brochure to everybody that's working on the construction project. And have the supervisors meet with their staff to discuss the project and the potential impact of the indigo snake. Have a meeting, okay? And the brochures should include the same thing as the posters: identification, talk about its protected status, applicable penalties, and procedures upon observing what to do when you see a live or dead indigo snake at the project site. Okay, and what do you do if you observe an indigo snake on the project site? Well, the first thing, you want to make sure it's an indigo snake. There's a lot of other species that look like indigo snakes, and people think they know what an indigo snake looks like, but they don't always. So take a picture of it if you can, send it to the service. We can verify that it's indeed an indigo snake. If the snake is alive, following around, stop your construction activities immediately, so you don't harm the snake. And finally, the personnel should notify the construction supervisor and contact the service for further guidance. At the very end of when the construction completed, within 60 days of the completion of the construction, you should email us a report stating whether or not you saw indigo snakes on your project. And that pretty much closes out the standard construction measure. You need to take a look at it. Most of you guys are probably familiar with them, but there's the website.
With that email, that 60-day notification, you respond to that by email? Is there any correspondence back and forth? Thank you for the notification.
Sometimes we don't get it, but if we do, we can correspond by email and say, yes, we received it. Thank you. This is sufficient.
When they developed the key for the indigo snake, it was developed for North and South Florida, and now they're applying it to the Panhandle for all of Florida.
As far as I know, it was developed for any areas that the indigo snake potentially occurs in. And it would apply to North Florida. We're pretty sure there's not too many indigo snakes left in North Florida. How does Panama City handle that?
We don't have a lot of snakes in North Florida, but they have been releasing snakes in Alabama and Seneca National Forest, and they're starting to see them in Black Water State Forest. So this wherever we have large properties, like the Air Force Base, there is a probability that there's snakes in there. But we just have to know about it.
Then we have the habitat potential you know, for them to live there. I know that when we'll do our coordination letters and not have the indigo snake provisions in them, and then I'll have a core permit later on, and my core permit will insert them. And sometimes I disagree with the Corps doing that because the project is a bridge replacement and it's wetlands and it's immediately adjacent. You know, everything's right there. But the Corps feels nervous, I guess, about not putting indigo snake provisions in their permits. A lot of times, almost every project I have has the indigo snake provisions in its opinion, even though the likelihood is very, very low.
Right, and I guess they're just, like you say, they're trying to cover themselves in case there's a potential take. We don't really have anything to do with what determinations they make. It's up to the action agency. That's probably a discussion.
Well, and that's something on my list to do, but, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know why the action agency, the Corps, you know, isn't letting the scientists or specialists for that species, you know, make the call for that,
Right.
because it's not a wetland species.
Right. Very, very often doesn't occur in wetlands, although I've seen them near wetlands. But
Yeah, they rely on case by case. If you've got a project that's in downtown Kansas City, I still would have to do it in protection measures. Yeah, we'll talk to the Corps, or the Corps talk to us.
yeah, that's what I was going to recommend as well.
My question was about the key. We heard that it was supposed to change this past October, where it's going to be uncoupled from the boroughs, and there's going to be other criteria.
Jacksonville has the borough.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, the eastern indigo snake, hearsay. The eastern indigo snake recovery plan is not completed. It's drafted. The person that was responsible for it, I think it's no longer the same recovery.
Linda LeClaire is not the
Yeah, so there's species and recovery lead, and until they don't have a recovery plan, they have not want to change the key. The key is not going to change until we have a recovery plan for the species.
Any other questions on that? Other questions on indigo snakes? No? Yes, maybe? Okay. Well, that's old.
Freshwater mussels. Like Jerry said, about a third of the consultations involve mussels. So we've got 14 listed species right now and 1 proposed, and you can find them basically in all of our major rivers, from the Escambia River and the Western Panhandle all the way east to the Suwannee River. So this issue comes up a lot with bridge replacement projects, which is also, you know, one project type that we don't normally see in ETDM, but District 3 has been, you know, really excellent. Once they have their candidate bridge replacement list, they coordinate that with us, and we can tell them pretty quickly whether they at least need to do surveys for mussels in that area. A lot of our existing data, you know, a lot of the scientists do their surveys, you know, at bridge crossings. So we might have existing data and know that there's mussels there or not, or we'll tell you that a survey is going to be needed. Most of the mussel protection measures are focused on basically